How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future.
Good morning everyone. Welcome to the UNESCO and World Federation of Engineering Organizations World Engineering Day of 2024's Lisbon event, discussing engineering solutions for a sustainable world. We welcome everyone who's joined us here at the Order of Engineers of Portugal's headquarters in Lisbon, but also everyone that's watching online this conference day live. It's part of a global 24-hour stream that can be followed all over the world. This is the 4th World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development since it was proclaimed by UNESCO to be celebrated every year on March the 4th. It's an international celebration of engineering, engineers, and their vital contribution for a better, sustainable world. And without further delay, it's my pleasure to call to the stage the third speaker of today. We will kick off this opening ceremony. He comes from Nigeria and has been a key player in giving the African continent's concerns a priority in the WFEO. Let's please give a warm round of applause to the current president of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, Engineer Mustafa Shehu.
Thank you very much, the coordinator of this ceremony. Your Excellency, the Minister of Science, Technology, and Higher Education in the Republic of Portugal. Your Excellency, Lydia Brito, the Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences at UNESCO. Your Excellencies, the past presidents of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. I can see here my immediate past president, President Gonke, President Marlin, and President-elect Sengchuan, vice presidents, presidents of international engineering institutions here present, presidents of national engineering institutions here present, engineers, women engineers, young engineers, student engineers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to address and welcome as well as congratulate you all on this auspicious occasion marking the 2024 World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, which is the fourth in the series of the World Engineering Day celebrations. The theme of this year's World Engineering Day celebration is termed Engineering Solutions for a Sustainable World. While the World Engineering Day celebrations are taking place all over the world in engineering institutions, regulatory bodies, academia, and industries, the main world celebration by the WFO Secretariat and UNESCO headquarters is being done here in the beautiful city of Lisbon, Portugal. Our choice of Portugal is made because Portugal has made a name in history in the development of sustainable engineering infrastructures like bridges and ships, which facilitated globalization by having their way to South America, to Asia, and to Africa in the 1500s. Their effort in advancing engineering is not only in history. As of today, Portugal supports advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, advanced computing, and open data. According to United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, which took place in January 2024, Portugal ranks 33rd position among 166 countries in the Readiness for Frontier Technology Index. And these, among other, are the reasons why we decide to celebrate the World Engineering Day in Portugal, as well as interact with the Portuguese engineering community, as well as the global engineering community. I therefore thank the leadership of the Order of Engineers Portugal for organizing and hosting this event and making it a glamorous one. And on this note, I also want to appreciate the hard work of my immediate past president to make this a reality. Professor Josie, we thank you very much. Distinguished engineers, the myriad of problems facing the global community today, from climate change to energy inadequacy in some places and energy transition in others, from water supply to food security, from floods and earthquakes to typhoons, all these are real challenges we occasionally face, whose solutions are deep-rooted in engineering. While trying to bring solutions that will take care of the problems today, we must use all engineering tools available to ensure that these solutions do not jeopardize the survival of the future generation. The solutions also we bring to these challenges have to be people-centered, environmentally considerate, economically sustainable, as well as ethical. I'm glad to observe that sensitization on celebrating the World Engineering Day over the years is increasing, thereby making known to our governments and public the relevance of the profession and the contribution of some of us who have done exceedingly well in providing solutions to some present challenges. Let me also use this opportunity to commend all those who participated in the hackathon and congratulate the winners, as the report will be presented in due course today. The chairman of the Young Engineers / Future Leaders Committee deserves special commendation by sensitizing engineering students globally. I believe he's also around at this particular occasion. The leadership of our national member institutions especially are doing very well to publicize this day and to bring out the good engineers in us. We must learn to speak for ourselves, otherwise others will speak to define us in a way they understand us or in a way they promote their interests. From my recent visit to some countries in Asia, Africa, Middle East, and Europe, I am glad to observe that young and women engineers are really working very hard to provide the required solutions to the problems in their respective jurisdictions. It is now on us as leaders of the profession to ensure that we continue to encourage them by equipping them with the right knowledge and skill to tackle these problems as they emerge, or in some cases, before they emerge. The task before us, therefore, is to ensure that enough engineers are produced with the requisite qualification and skill set spread across genders and across all continents and countries. While we have adequate and qualified engineers in some countries, there are many countries that this pose a very huge challenge. Institutions with global, as we are an institution with global responsibility, we cannot relent our effort until these are made globally. In achieving this, WFO uses its Standing Technical Committee on Engineering Education and Capacity Building most especially. Under the Committee of Engineering Education, we have a special purpose vehicle, the WFO Academy, which is a training platform developed in collaboration with the UNESCO and International Engineering Alliance, the International Federation of Engineering Societies, the Global Deans, Engineering Deans Council, and the WFO members to provide an education training platform in the spirit of open science principles. And as part of Engineering 2030 plan to enable more countries to have more engineers with the right skills for sustainable development. I urge all our members to make optimum use of the Academy as well as bring support, suggestions, and ideas to improve what we have in the Academy now. At this juncture, I want to acknowledge and specially commend the China Association of Science and Technology. I believe representatives of CAST are here for giving support to the WFO Academy, which will be spread over a period of 5 years. I have since written a letter of commendation to CAST on behalf of WFO with respect to that. The WFO, through the Committee of Engineering and Capacity Building, is also working hard to ensure that capacity building of our engineers, as well as various engineering institutions, to make them competent in handling projects and maintaining same in their respective domains, especially in Africa. There are several ongoing efforts towards realizing these objectives, like Africa Coalition, championed by the United Nations, and Capacity Building for Africa project supported by China Association of Science and Technology, which hopefully will attract other supporters as time goes on. I want to express again our sincere gratitude to the China Association of Science and Technology for that support. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we should see ourselves as privileged to be engineers and solution providers. I therefore charge every one of us to identify and provide solutions to one or two problems in their respective domains, to report and to celebrate during the next year's World Engineering Day. In conclusion, before I conclude, I want to invite the immediate past chairman of the Committee on Information and Communication to make a presentation. They have produced a book at the end of their tenure. India used to be the chair of the Committee of Information and Communication, and they have produced a book on behalf of WFO. May I humbly request the chairman of the Information and Communication Committee to come and make this presentation briefly. Mr. Rathori. Please, can you give him applause? This is one of the achievements of a standing technical committee. Every technical committee, at the end of its tenure, is supposed to produce a document which is to be used by the global engineering community. So we thank this particular standing technical committee, and we call on other standing technical committees also to follow suit. May I invite the past presidents to...
No, you're good.
Yeah. Immediate past President Goenke, President, please can you come and support me in receiving this? Immediate past President, my President-elect, because I have to hand over to you after.
Do we have enough?
Yeah.
We have
Yes,
three.
yes. Can we come here? should shake hands with you. So
Of course.
I mean, the chairman.
Yeah.
The chairman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come there.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good.
That's all.
That's it.
A copy for the minister.
So this is actually one of the essence of the World Engineering Day, to celebrate the achievements and the contributions of our engineers. And so please, I want every one of us here to look forward to doing something worth presenting at the next World Engineering Day. With this, I want to say thank you very much, and I wish everyone a very successful World Engineering Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Shehu, and all the past presidents that joined me here on the stage. Our next speaker already was here a few seconds ago. Our next speaker is Portuguese, a professor and a lecturer, and has a consulting role in the Portuguese Engineers Association. He was Engineer Shehu's predecessor, and as a president of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. Let's please give another round of applause to Professor José Vieira.
Good morning, everybody. Dear Professor Elvira Fortunato, Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education of Portugal. Dear Dr. Lídia Brito, Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences in the UNESCO. Dear Ambassador of Tunisia in Portugal. Dear Mustafa Shehu, WFO President. Dear Engineer Seng Chuan, WFO President-elect, dear Engineer Fernando Almeida Santos, President of the Portuguese Association of Engineers, Ordem dos Engenheiros, respected leaders of the schools of engineering and of the Ordem of Engineers and the Ordem of Engineers, Technical Engineers, dear Dr. Marlene Kanga, dear Professor Gonke, past presidents of WFO, esteemed WFO national and international members, representatives, dear colleagues, engineers around the world, especially dear young engineers and students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor, privilege, and pleasure as the immediate past president of WFO, the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, to address the engineering community from the beautiful Portuguese capital city of Lisbon in the opening ceremony of the UNESCO World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, March 4th, 2024. First and foremost, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Portuguese Association of Engineers, organizer of this ceremony, with special recognition to its president, Fernando Santos. The proclamation of this day has been one of WFO's most significant achievements, and I want to stress how important it is to us. It is, of course, a meaningful acknowledgement of our 50 years partnership with UNESCO. The distinguished and highly appreciated presence here of Her Excellency UNESCO ADG Dr. Lídia Brito exemplifies the depth of this collaboration. But it goes far beyond symbolic recognition. In the context of the two latest decades, the United Nations and its agencies have rightly analyzed the high stakes of adapting the climate and environmental crisis in order to both mitigate its effects and design new industrial, economic, and social models that allow sustainable development. By creating an event for the World Engineering Day, WFO is continuing to show its members and the world its ability to grow and adapt even in the most challenging of times in order to be recognized as the peak international organization in promotion of engineering and engineers around the world. Sustainability means a better understanding of the impact of our productive activities and ways of life, and creating the technologies, processes, and infrastructures that make them possible. None of this is conceivable nor feasible without putting engineers at the heart of such a project. It has taken a great amount of advocacy efforts during the recent years to get the idea of global institution agenda, but it is happening now, and this is very meaningful for this day. World Engineering Day is a celebration of the crucial contribution of the engineering profession to build resilient systems and communities and improve the well-being of the many, while leaving no one behind. It is also a great opportunity for professional institutions of engineers to showcase practical examples of how their members make such differences at the benefit of their cities, countries, and regions. Engineering for sustainable development is especially critical in developing countries to mitigate the effect of climate change, reduce poverty, and design relevant infrastructures and development models. To achieve capacity building in those countries, it is essential to raise and harmonize the standards of engineering education. This is crucial to reach one of the UNESCO engineering report's most important recommendations, to train more engineers with adequate skills. It is also essential to stimulate the energy and creativity of young engineers to invent technological solutions for the future. This is why the theme of this year's World Engineering Day is set as Engineering Solutions for a Sustainable World. Its main message is to leave an opportunity to celebrate engineering and the contribution of the innovative and responsible work of engineers to a better and sustainable world. This objective is both a strategic matter for the WFO and a key aspect of our contributions to World Engineering Day celebrations, notably through the International Students Hackathon, the competition which we organize for the third year with the participation of many engineering teachers and students in a number of countries around the world. Dear national and international WFO members, I hope that you will enjoy your own celebration of World Engineering Day, and I also invite you to watch, either live or in replay, the feature events streaming that is hosted this year again on WFO's official websites. We welcome the scientific and technological community to celebrate the World Engineering Day with us together and to work collectively for a more sustainable future for the benefit of humanity and the environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor José Vieira. A small correction on my part. I know that we have right now more than 11,000 people watching online, and this is actually the 5th World Engineering Day on March the 4th, so my bad, sorry for the confusion. But let's carry on with this conference day here in Lisbon. Our next speaker is current President-elect of the Federation of Engineering Organizations since October 2023. He's also the Chairman of Asia-Pacific Cooperation Engineers Coordinating Committee. Let's give, please, a warm welcome to Engineer Seng Xuan Tang.
Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education, Professor Ibira Fortunato, Assistant Director General for Natural Science of UNESCO, Dr. Lilia Brito, and President of Ordem of Engineers, Fernando Almeida Santos, and President of WFEO, Mustafa Shehu, and immediate past President of WFEO, Jose Vera, and our past President, Professor Gonke and Dr. Malinkanka, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to the UNESCO WFEO World Engineering Day 2024. I'm delighted, and this is the first time I enter to this country, the beautiful city of Lisbon. And yesterday weather was very good, and yeah, today it's not too bad as well. We are discussing the solutions of fostering a sustainable future of global community of engineers. The theme of this year's WED 2024, Engineering Solution for a Sustainable World, is a fitting reminder of central role that engineers play in addressing global challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, and environmental degradations, as well as social and economic issues. Engineering goes way beyond building of infrastructure or products. It is about finding and deploying innovative solutions to complex problems that affect our planet and its inhabitants. As the world seeking better future, engineers exercise a significant influence over the outcome. The onus is on us to conceive, design, create, and implement technology to unlock a better future for all of us. It is entirely appropriate for energy transition and sustainability to be chosen as the focus of this afternoon's conference. As cleaner and renewable source of energy can be significantly improve our prospect for achieving a net zero future. I'm confident that the insight of industry leaders and experts will help us make more impactful contributions to the ongoing energy transition within our respective sphere and influence. I look forward to learn from today's presentations and hope that it will inspire greater collaborations and meaningful actions and let us harness the transformative potential of engineering to create an endless opportunity and possibility for our futures and the generations to come. I wish everybody have a fruitful day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Seng Xuan Tan. As you know, this event is taking place at the Portuguese Association of Engineers, so the next speaker should feel quite at home. Let's please give a warm round of applause to Engineer Fernando de Almeida Santos, the President of the Portuguese Association of Engineers.
Good morning, everyone. I must begin to compliment our Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education, Professora Elvira Fortunato, and as a member of this organization, engineer also. Dear Dr. Lídia Brito, Assistant Director General for Natural Science UNESCO, from a Portuguese-speaking country, Mozambique also. And dear Mustafa, our President in exercise of WFEO, World Federation of Engineering Organizations. Dear José Vieira, big to you, because be a representative of Portugal as immediate past president of the WFEO, but also for this beautiful organization. Thank you. Dear Cheng Chuan-Tang, next president, or elected president, but next in exercise. Dear Sebastião Feio de Azevedo, I don't know where is he here, president of the National Academy of Engineers of Portugal. Respected leaders of schools of engineering, leaders also of national bodies of Ordem dos Engenheiros, and the ambassadors here present. Dear Marlene Kanga and Gang Ku, welcome also to Portugal. And also dear President of UPADI, Ari Herrera, I don't know where he's there. Thank you, Ari. And dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to Portugal first of all. It is an enormous pleasure that we receive here in Portugal the celebration of the WET, World Engineering Day, 5th one, on this 4th of March of 2024. As bastonário, it means president here, of Ordem dos Engenheiros, I must say, proud to be in my country with you. Portugal is a medium European country, small in a world context, but big and huge in story, feelings, international dimension, and engineering, of course. And also in sustainability, that's the theme of this World Engineering Day. For sure, a modern and fashion country at the moment. Southwestern European country, geographic and geostrategic, located with ties between Europe, Africa, and America, Portugal has known how to profit this situation. There are 9 countries and that speaks Portuguese in the world. A bit of our strong presence in the world along the story. Portugal in Europe, Brazil in America, Angola, Mozambique, Cabo Verde, São Tomé e Príncipe, Guiné-Bissau, Guiné Equatorial in Africa, Timor-Leste, and the territory of Macau in Asia and Oceania, so for all over the world we have presence. Flavors of the Portuguese presence of the world, of course. Portugal is an assumed European country, besides that, with too many responsibilities in the world, in this old continent, of course, just and mainly in engineering also. Of course, we feel European country, but also Mediterranean country. We not with this sea, Mediterranean, it's true, but with a link between Atlantic and this sea, Mediterranean Sea, and with some of the main southwestern culture, climate, culture, heritage, agriculture, gastronomy is totally a demonstration of this our Mediterranean identification. Olives and oil, olive oil of course, not petroleum oil, it should be nice. Grapes and wine are the bestest in the world, as you know. So Portugal is a country of many things, but also a country of engineering, and engineering for the world. Our international General Secretary of United Nations is also an engineer from Ordem dos Engenheiros here in Portugal. And we are disponible for excellency, present in all forms of distinction of engineers today. So it's a pleasure to organize that. We'll be in more forums like that, of course. So thanks a lot to everyone. Enjoy Portugal.
Thank you, Engineer Almeida Santos. Thank you for reminding us of the role of Portuguese engineering and Portuguese engineers all over the world. The next speaker has been at UNESCO for almost 15 years. She's a forest engineer born in Mozambique, but today she visits us from France. Let's please give a round of applause to Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences of UNESCO, Dr. Lídia Brito.
Well, let me start by wishing all here present, but also online, a very happy World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. Excellencies, esteemed engineers, distinguished guests, it's really a great honor for me to stand before you today on this significant occasion, the World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, to celebrate the dedication and the transformative impact of engineering. Our team this year, Engineering Solutions for a Sustainable World, deeply resonates as we confront the huge, enormous challenges of our era. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Ordem dos Engenheiros for graciously hosting and organizing this event together with the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. This organization, the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, I have to say is a very special organization for UNESCO. The steadfast commitment to sustainable development that this organization puts forward makes really this long collaboration with UNESCO a very important area for UNESCO, and really is the essence of good, wonderful global cooperation. Distinguished participants, our world stands at a pivotal juncture, facing challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, rapid urbanization, and social inequities that demand urgent attention. As engineers, we possess the key to unlock solutions that can shape a brighter future. In 2010, our first UNESCO report on engineering underscored the necessity for talented engineers to address the problems stemming from development. Yet, it also laments the decline in interest in engineering among young people in numerous countries, a concern that persists today. And I'm very happy to see that we have today here many schools of engineering that are indeed a solution for the more engineers we need. According to the UNESCO Engineering Report of 2021, nearly 1 in 3 engineering roles will remain unfilled annually until at least 2030. This persistent talent gap jeopardizes economical growth and casts a shadow over a broader sustainable development that all of us wish. Throughout history, women have faced underrepresentation in engineering, and I'm very glad that I see many women here in the audience, but you saw the movie, the film, very few women there. And I don't think it's because the filmmaker didn't want to put women, it's that we are underrepresented in the engineering profession. So women have faced underrepresentation in engineering, constituting a mere 28% of engineering graduates worldwide. This is data from 2018. We must dismantle barriers, challenge gender stereotypes, and cultivate environments where all aspiring engineers can thrive. Engineering multidisciplinarity nature, blending physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics with creative design, invention, and innovation continues to expand its scope. As we embrace technological advancements, engineers must acquire new qualifications and competencies to pioneer new frontiers. Yet, disparities persist within the engineering landscape, with some disciplines flourishing while others remain overlooked. Moreover, the capacity gap between the global north and the global south continues to widen. Dear esteemed engineers, we need to take bold actions to address these challenges, mentor young minds, igniting curiosity, and promote engineering education to nurture the next generation of problem solvers, embrace diversity in all its forms, and advocate for equal opportunities. We must also raise awareness of the pivotal role and evolving nature of engineering among the general public, governments, and policymakers. So, dear Minister, I'm very happy that you are here and that you are an engineer, because definitely we need the support at highest level to promote engineering education and the engineering profession. So governments and policymakers must recognize the critical role engineering plays in development and its potential to drive sustainable development. In 2023, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution proclaimed 2024-2033 International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. This historic declaration presents us with a unique opportunity to worsen the indispensable role of engineering in advancing sustainable development. As UNESCO takes the lead in implementing this decade, we are poised to make significant strides in collaboration with a diverse array of partners. And, dear President, I do hope that the WFEO will be one of these founding partners of the decade. As we collaborate World Engineering Day, remember that our work transcends borders, disciplines, and time. We engineer hope, resilience, and progress. Together, we can build a sustainable world where every child thrives, every patient heals, and every community flourishes. Thank you very much for your unwavering commitment. Really good to be here. And I'm sure that together we will make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lídia Brito, and thank you for being a role model to inspire more women to becoming engineers in the future. The next speaker is also a woman, and she's a member of the Portuguese government with a passion for sustainable technologies. Let's please give a very warm welcome to the Portuguese Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education, Professor Elvira Fortunato.
Muito bom dia a todas e a todos. Dear President of Ordem dos Engenheiros, Fernando Almeida Santos, dear Mustafa Shiu, President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, dear Singh Xuantan, President-elect of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, dear José Vieira, immediate past President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, dear Lídia Brito, Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences of UNESCO, dear ambassadors, a kind word to the President of the Portuguese Academy of Engineering, Sebastião Feio de Azevedo, and also to Shane McHugh and Wazid Azizi from the Royal Academy of Engineering, and a special word to all engineers here today and also remotely. I would like to start by thanking the invitation to be at this opening ceremony that marks a day that celebrates engineers, including myself. This event is organized by the Order of Engineers in conjunction with the World Federation of Engineering Organizations as part of World Engineering Day 2024, proclaimed by UNESCO in 2019, which this year will be dedicated to engineering solutions for a sustainable world. As you know, this event has special significance for me, because in 2020 I won the WFEO Gray Award, aimed to distinguish the work performed by women engineers worldwide in order to promote diversity, inclusion, and gender equality in engineering. WFEO integrates the main engineering associations that at the international level represent more than 30 million engineers from more than 100 countries, is a member of the main group of the United Nations Scientific and Technological Community, and is a member of UNESCO. Although I have been a minister for the last 2 years, I never stopped being an engineer. And this is now, I feel, an engineer among peers. These UNESCO initiatives shows the importance that this professional class has always had in world society and economy. Professionals who are more essential every day when Europe is facing challenges that require technological advanced answers adapted to modernity and sustainability. On the theme of engineering solutions for a sustainable world, this celebration acquires a renewed impact due to the debate around, for example, the energy transition. All around the world, the countries' leaders are centering their public policies and their national strategies on the development of scientific research and technological projects focused on energy systems engineering, which underpin industrial transformation, innovation, and the global economic structure. This is a very exciting time in the history of national and international engineering, particularly in the areas of technology, computing and information and communication technologies, as well as the role of artificial intelligence. The digital transition that Europe is going through brings enormous challenges, but it also brings many opportunities. It brings new professions, it brings the need to seek and find disruptive solutions to help citizens and the economy. It brings a closer and more fruitful relationship between academia and the industrial and business sectors. Technological advances are changing the nature of work and the required qualifications. Today, the so-called transversal competencies and skills, which enable workers to adapt to different tasks, are increasingly valued and demanded of higher education graduates. The digital revolution, artificial intelligence and automation are profoundly transforming the labor market as we know it, and that is requiring countries to be able to adapt to these changes to keep their populations up to date with what is required in the world. As such, investment in science and innovation and in renewable energy sources and sustainable materials is essential to promote more scientific research and scientific employment. It is also a priority to find ways of energy efficiency and saving and to ensure that the transition is fair and inclusive. Portugal, and I would add the other member states of the European Union, are concerted and aligned in terms of policies so that together we can create the conditions for an effective energy transition based on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, managing raw materials in a responsible way, researching and combating climate change, and promoting more conscious and responsible models of production and consumption. I'm well aware of the importance of science in this energy transition process. Only with more research we'll have new technologies, sustainable solutions, and disruptive innovation, which are essential to fulfill our commitments to the environment. I would like to highlight that Portugal has been standing out as one of the European Union countries with the highest percentage of renewable energy in its energy, while it is also one of the countries that has managed to control the best prices in the wake of the crisis caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Portugal, at the end of last year, was self-sufficient in electricity production for almost 6 days and even exported electricity to Spain. Portugal has all the conditions and capabilities to consolidate itself as a future-oriented technological ecosystem. And part of that potential is due to all of you who have kept up to date on the transformations that dictate our future will be. Thank you very much, and again, congratulations to all the engineers.
Oh, meu Deus. Accidents happen. I'll ask you to wait just a little bit because we have a surprise. I call another past president of the WFEO, Professor Gonke, to give a special award.
Thank you very much.
For a few words. Let me use engineer as the title to Professor Area Fortunato. To recognize his world-renowned innovative contribution to transparent electronics and nano-engineering, WFEO has elected her as awardee of the WFEO Green Award for Women in Engineering. That award is donated by Green Electronic Appliances and supported by UNESCO to recognize the contributions of women in engineering and to promote, to set role models for women in engineering and to promote engineering inclusive and equalized, gender-equalized development for sustainable development. So as the then president for the year 2020, it's my great pleasure to take this opportunity to confer this award personally to engineer area after 4 years. Actually, the celebration was planned at the first World Engineering Celebration in March 4th, 2020. But unfortunately, we have to cancel it. But today, yeah, because of the COVID. But today, on behalf of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, and I confer this to you, I think. Or,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and your name is behind. Have a good. So, that's for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is much better to receive in person like today than during the COVID times. Thank you very much to the WFO for this recognition, and this is also a huge responsibility, but I guess also give me more strong and also more. We need to make our work as in the best way we think. So thank you very much for this recognition.
Thank you, Professor Gonke. Thank you, Professor Engineer and Minister Elvira Fortunato. The subject of energy is more than ever at the center of every country's strategic considerations, not only due to environmental concerns, the need for decarbonization policies in energy systems, but also the need for economic and energetic independence in many parts of the world. Engineering for sustainable development. It's the subject of our next speaker. He's a professor, a chemical engineer, and the president of the Portuguese Academy of Engineering. Please give a round of applause to Professor Sebastião Feio de Azevedo.
Greetings to everybody, including the amazing number of people that are apparently, I think, seeing us through the internet. Some people from Australia maybe having dinner, I don't know. Well, my greetings to, I'm not particularly strict in protocol, but still I have to say something. Of course, first of all, my colleague and Minister Elvira Fortunato, she's, apart from being minister, she's a member of Ordem dos Engenheiros and member of Academy of Engineering, Madame Lydia Brito from UNESCO. And when she said, oh, our lady is not here, I was going to mention something, but they are not here. But I'll mention anyway. When Lydia Brito said that women are underrepresented, well, I have a chemical engineering daughter. I say, yes, maybe here you are slightly underrepresented in numbers, but you are clearly overrepresented in quality. So things are balanced. Things are balanced. Things are balanced. My greetings to the leaders of the WFEU, to Fernando Almeida Santos. Allow me just a special greetings to José Vieira. We have been following each other in Vice Presidency of Order, then FEANI eventually. We did a number of steps one after the other, so that's very interesting. But let's come to the point which I was invited to, and I have to say that it is really a very sweet honor for me to be speaking to you. I got my first degree a few years ago, more or less, well, 1973 to be more clear. And of course, after 51 years of working with engineering, it's a great pleasure, more than an honor, to be speaking to this group of people. The other next thing is we have always to learn how to work with this issue. Yes, good. Well, so this was the introduction. I know it's here. I usually start my talks by saying what I'm going to say. And really, I usually work my conferences in three parts. First of all, I start with the end. I start with the core of the message. I start with that idea that I would be pleased if people will take home. But then I organize my talk in three parts usually. More than three is a very nice number. Is a mythic number. So yes, it is. It has some religious basis. It has communications basis. Those who teach us communications tell us to say 3 times the same thing for people to keep it in mind. You know, it's like that. So my 3 parts are, first of all, I'll speak a little bit of history of the evolution. Then the core of the matter is some thoughts, some ideas I would like to share with you. And eventually, I want to support the dimension of and relevance of engineering with engineering cases in Portugal. So then, of course, I say what I have said. I finish saying what I have said. So let's start by the beginning. And begin, it's very easy somehow. It's because there is engineering in everything around us. Everything around us and around the world. It's outside in the world, everything is engineering. And I believe there are 3 things we should say. First, and 3 things are to affirm. Engineering is affirm and do. These are the 2 keywords I associate immediately with engineering. First of all, affirm the vital role of engineering concerning the future, in promoting the development of countries, of communities, for naturally nowadays, it's out of discussion, a sustainable development of the world. Secondly, to affirm that the necessary increase in productivity and competitiveness, we are in a global world. So we need to be clear about that. We must be productive and we must be competitive. It's only feasible with our vision, with the systemic vision of engineering, with the capacity of doing, the word I mentioned before, the capacity of doing of engineers. And these are the main ideas that I think characterize engineering and engineers. And the third thing is further affirm that on another level, I would say, engineering is a condition of the future because of the example of organization, of quality, of responsibility that is so badly needed in so many countries in the world, not only in Portugal, in so many countries in the world. And for all that, my idea is clear that crucial that institutions have a strong responsibility. Institutions have the responsibility for development of engineering to commit themselves and impose themselves on the political level, so that engineering is a much more integral part of design and implementation of public policies. That's part of the issue. And these are the ideas that are behind everything I'm going to say after this. Well, what evolution of engineering? We could go back. I like history, you know. When we get older, we enjoy more and more history. People normally don't respect much history. And of course, we know about our industrial revolutions. Industrial revolutions occur when we have these kind of things. First, new energy sources. Secondly, disruptive scientific and technological innovations with impact on production. Thirdly, human resources capable of absorbing the change. And fourth, a free market society with investment capacity. And if you go back to 1800, you see this is from 1800 till today, this is the main idea on this. But look at this, from steam engine of the 18th century to the artificial intelligence of today, there have been always a sequence of qualitative leaps of so-called, I tell you why I said so-called, it's history, vertiginous changes in the history of humanity. But there's one thing in common. Engineering is always at the center of the revolution. Of the evolution, not revolution. And what has been the human reaction when I said in the last slide about the so-called, it's very interesting to see. So many sentences that were told 150 years ago that we say today about the evolution. We say the same things, you know. It's fantastic. When steam engine and the age of steel appeared with locomotives and steamboats going down the Mississippi, not locomotives, the boats, allowing for goods to be massively exported around the world. It was written in a newspaper in the States. Now we have a global world. That was 200 years ago. Or the inventions of Edison that changed the world forever. Or the invention of transistors that times of dramatic changes. We say the same things today. Of course, the moment is different, but we say the same things. We find in the literature many other quotes that from the past, with the same words we use today to characterize our contemporary life. But speaking of the present, it is clear, there are indicators of some differences. And I just show you 3 pictures, which some of the specialists in electronics probably know. This is the number of transistors, the evolution of the number of transistors per microprocessor from back in 71 to current days. These billions are American billions, still are large numbers. Still is a lot. It's not the Portuguese billion, but still is a lot. Or the historical cost of computer memory storage. When I came back from Britain back in '82, I convinced my head of department to give me money to buy a microcomputer, 82. And said, okay, I'll do that. And then I asked him for another 1,000, I don't know how much money, for 256K of RAM. That was a strong computer of the time. That was a strong computer of the time. Look at this. Or look at the capacity, that's the most important one, in terms of flops, of floating point operations. The evolution of the capacity of computers to do floating point operations. This is absolutely amazing, of course. This is amazing. We can use the same words as the ancient people said, but now speaking about this. Of course, this is happening with people like me, or I see 2 or 3 of you here that passed through the same things I'm going to mention. I lived and studied in the Upper Paleolithic time when we had this fantastic, environmentally friendly equipment, the slide rule. There were no machines. There were no machines. I said this once in a conference, and a young lady, young 30-year-old, said, "Professor, I'm sorry, what is a slide rule?" And I said, "Oh, my God, you are right, you are right." And then I told her what was, because, okay, I had a computer, I went to Google, I got it. This instrument, which really looks like it dates from the Paleolithic, it prevailed until 1973. But more. In numerical methods, we had this fantastic machine, this mechanical arithmetic calculation machine, that was all we had in our room, in our laboratories. We had 4 or 5 of these machines for us to go there and go back and come back to our table and continue doing our hand calculations. You know that, Carlos. Yes. You know that. And I didn't say that, but of course it's very romantic to me because I learned how to work with this in my father's office back in 1959, because all people with shops had these machines to do calculations on those days. Now, we are under the umbrella of artificial intelligence, which of course is a major umbrella, a large umbrella. I also worked with artificial intelligence techniques. It's a designation. It goes back, as you know, to the 50s of last century with Alan Turing, with McDermott. That's a designation that covers methods that human beings developed with which they design machines that mimic or independently simulate some human activity. I put human activity in a good red paint and capital letters because human activity is always there. Human activity is always there. And of course, we have nowadays robots well increased and well trained. If you phone today to a Portuguese laboratory for medicine things, medical things, it's a chatbot that answers you, and you have to cope with it. You have to do your appointments through that. You have the ChatGPT, which of course has. It's very interesting, but has risks and challenges. But, well, why not? This is going to happen when? I don't know. Or this. This is very interesting, no? We shall see how it's going to happen, if students like it or not, and if professors like it or not. It's a question of... But that's a joke that came in The Guardian in 2019. But now let me come to the main things. That's... to bring you some ideas, some food for thought. First thing is open mind, reform, adapt. 3 key words for us, for the present and for the future. What I say is this: we are in the midst, as I mentioned before, of the 4th industrial or 5th industrial, if you want, revolution. Of course, in times of changes with new technologies and so on. I completely de-dramatize this evolution. Today, we live in times of changes, as others have lived before. Today, we simply have to be up to date, as others had to be before. And we have to adapt, like others have had before. And we have to maintain a critical spirit as others have had to maintain that critical spirit before. A stronger critical spirit, more, maybe, but a critical spirit. Of course. But then we use the instruments that we have now available for a number of good reasons. The other thing is, of course, the tremendous enlargement, the spectrum of knowledge in science and technology and engineering. I'm going to show you a thematic list, topics in which engineers have, engineering has a fundamental say. Construction, of course, the good old construction, agriculture, of course, old agriculture, production of new materials, energy and climate, environmental, economical and social sustainability, combating climate changes and environmental threats, information and communications technology, digital transition, it was mentioned already here, even by Elvira Fortunato, computing and processing of big data, artificial intelligence, as we all know, or innovation and emerging technologies in areas such as microelectronics, robotics, genetic engineering, and others that have no face yet. The path is for energy transition, and I'm going to speak about that later, electrification in transport, industry, and beyond. Major problems associated with a major issue for me, that's water. A major issue, and I don't think politically people are doing what they should do for thinking of the next future of water, not in Portugal at least. Science and innovation, the organization and management of the territory, a big problem in our country because of the desertification is a big issue. Social integration, you name it. And all this has to do with engineering. But now, 3 values. The first of which is trust. Trust is, in a free market society, the most important value to guarantee development. Without trust, society collapses. And how do we get trust? We get it as much as the perception of stakeholders concerning our quality, organization, rigor, stability, and ethics. That's that. There's no tricks. Either we are offer what we offer and we are trusted or not. Secondly, ethics. Ethics is discussed since the days of the philosophers of ancient Greece. Everybody knows that. Plato, Socrates, the old one, not the one we know around in Portugal. Aristotle and some others. And it involves, in terms of engineering, respect and one thing which is a complicated thing, courage. Courage for people to assume professional responsibilities in a transparent way. That's a major issue. And with the pressure of today, including politics, courage is very complicated. And if we don't have courage, it's a problem. Finally, ambition. It's of a different nature. But in so many countries, in Portugal for sure, but in so many countries, it's a state of mind for us to thinking of the global competitive world of today. Ambition to be more productive, to be more efficient, to be more organized. And these are the 3 values I want to throw to you to think about. Then you have an evolution in models of work and training. Of course, nowadays in hybrid mode. People somewhere in the world are, I hope listening to me, because I have to be here. I'm used to have this headset, so I hope they are listening to me because of we are working in hybrid mode. In an increasingly dematerialized way, which requires adapting of spaces in companies and training institutes. In Portugal, I will give you examples of companies that are really adapting their structures for work. Then, 2 important things, and one of them has much to do with this meeting. First of all, the multidisciplinary nature of basically all process, leading to a need of having multidisciplinary teams. Secondly, the perception of multiculturalism, which is the case here today. Because our world, with the evolution of communications and of transports, our world has shrunk. The world has shrunk. So our 6, 7, 8 main cultures in the world are a few hours away from each other, in person. And they are in real time through communications. So we must have this concept of multiculturalism. And we have, of course, the perception that we live in a 24/7 world. The people that are now going to bed in a few hours in Australia or getting up in America. And we have to organize our work thinking of that. It's clear that. And adapt the critical spirit to the current communications model and AI instruments. Critical spirit, I mentioned that a slide ago, has always been required throughout times. Now it has a different shape, but it is the same concept. Then, innovation and entrepreneurship. I think COVID, more than anything in recent times, showed how important science is for us. And also, it's clear to me, the minister is not here, but she knows I know that, the degree of development of science in a country says a lot, says all about the country's state of development, particularly its competitive capacity. So it's important to implement public policies aiming to incorporate knowledge in the form of innovation in the productive market. It's important to value knowledge. It's important to value knowledge. How? Well, there are many ways. And believe me, I'm not just saying I also did it, not nowadays, but I also did it and a lot along my life of work. Projects involving research institutions, industry, promote PhDs with industry. My first PhD worked in a Portuguese sugar refinery and is still working there. He's about to retire now. Promote the insertion of doctorates into the productive fabric. Promote entrepreneurship through science and technology parks, technology valorization and transfer centers, other instruments. Globally, the idea is that bring scientists to the market. Bring scientists to the market. Finally, before going to the case studies, talent retention and attraction is something which is now in the political speeches all over. It is a major issue for all countries. It's a major issue for all countries. The more developed the country is, nowadays with 50-euro trips or 20-euro trips, young people, they are very keen to go abroad. I tell you, namely for Portuguese, namely in Europe. I lived 5 years in Britain, and I would stay there and I didn't stay for other reasons, for some reasons, but and that was 50 years ago, not or 40 years ago, not today. With WhatsApp, with saying hello to mom and so on, it's really appealing to people to go abroad. So what we have to do is to attract people. As we have to attract people from other countries, as in other countries they have to attract people. Let's put it this way. The important is that the balance, the commercial balance of knowledge is at least even. Preferably in our favor, but at least even. Young Portuguese are generally very well trained in engineering. The availability and motivation to go abroad is high. And of course also, but not only for the low salaries that we have. Also, but not only for the low salaries. So we have to create conditions promoting salary improvement, yes, but including strengthening major motivation and achievement initiatives, entrepreneurship. Essentially, young people in any country must feel that their country or the country where they are living is developing and that it will provide them with opportunities to achieve their goals, their dreams. Now, engineering in Portugal, I dare to say that engineering is publicly recognized as a major asset for our development. I think engineering is doing well within Portugal and all over the world, projecting its image in the world. Companies capable of competing internationally, excellent higher education in engineering, competitive high-level research. The issue is largely on the capacity of institutions to be able to influence design and implementation of public policies. And I speak of my Academy of Engineering or Ordem dos Engenheiros, I call it Engineers Portugal, of universities, of industrial associations. And speaking of Ordem dos Engenheiros, I would like you to know my idea. They are doing well. They are doing very well. A fine job in promoting engineering, recognizing new engineering areas, promoting quality, promoting internationalization, promoting lifelong learning, and fighting for adequate public policies. For example, we have Ordem dos Engenheiros recognizes now 17 and coordinates 17 specialties, and 5 of them are new. Of course, you have the classical, civil, chemical, electrical, so on, forest, mining, agriculture, and so on. But then you have 5 new, very recent: aeronautical, food engineering, biochemical engineering, industrial management, and safety and quality engineering. And it is promoting periodically in its journal discussion of major hot topics: regional development, energy and climate, construction, housing and infrastructures, the blue engineering of the sea. We have a wide sea of opportunities, food and process chain engineering, and these are the issues that are being developed. And recently published a major publication that illustrates 144 notable engineering projects and works. So the Engineers Portugal is undoubtedly a major asset for Portuguese development. Now, I don't know how I am with time, but I have a few cases illustrating the potential of our engineering. And I start with two classic design development. That development that comes from the lab to the pilot to the field. The first one is a company founded by a colleague in environmental issues. That's the cyclone systems for gas-solid separation. Nowadays, a major requirement all over the world in companies. It started almost 40 years ago. It has very solid scientific basis of chemical engineering, separation processes, mathematical modeling, and optimization. Started with laboratory, went into pilot lab, and eventually is now spread in 480 installations like this one. For you to have an idea, they have 23 workers. They won some national prizes. They have 350 customers in 5 continents, 38 countries. 400, I said 480, it's 400, 280 plus 120 installations for emission control and for recovering valuable materials. And 95% of revenues are from exports, and this is how they are disseminated. This is how they are disseminated. The second one is in civil engineering. It had to be. It's a company that developed a most interesting system for some bridge construction, some, not all of them, of course. Again, it started 20 years ago. It is today recognized among world leaders as a major solution. It's the movable, I'll show you the picture in a second. Movable scaffolding systems with organic pre-stress. That's the technical jargon of the technique. They have a continued scientific investment. And this is the type of, this is a bridge over the Danube. Again, they have a number of patents. They optimize bridge solutions in countries. This is a particularly relevant project in Turkey, which they claim that reduced more than 400,000 tons of materials. It's a mobile scaffolding operated in Turkey in the construction of the deck of 4 viaducts of the Ankara-Sivas high-speed railway line. And they set a world record on the time by building 90-meter spans in just 12 days. That's what they claim, and that's why they have, and that's why they apparently have many customers. And again, here you see down there the revenues and a very large impact worldwide. The third one and the fourth one are what I call the hidden engineering behind architecture. And I start with rehabilitation, well, in my city, I have to say, it's not in Lisbon, of a Super Boca Arena, well, a pavilion for spectacles, for concerts, for conferences, whatever, for sports. This gives you an idea. And this is the dome, how it is now. This is the reinforcement of the main deck, because you have about 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people jumping there sometime. So it must be reinforced. This is the work on the dome, and I use this for you to see the lovely bridge, the Rábida Bridge, a world record in 1964, and the Atlantic is over there. how it was and how it is now. And the major thing, they wanted to build a lower roof, a lower floor, I'm sorry, but how could they do that? They had somehow to levitate the main floor. That's a metaphoric way. And what they did was this. They have put some poles all over, and with that they were able to put to make the lower floor that came like that, and that was it. The other one is what we call an iconic century-old market of fresh fruit from 1800, which was completely rebuilt. The market is in the city center. As you can see, main streets, main busy streets around. No space for lorries or for other equipment to take the goods. This is how it looks today. It is a great success, also touristic success. And there's a problem here, because sometimes prices are touristic prices and not prices for people of every day, but that's another discussion. This is the type of work which is behind the architecture. And this is the real design of the infrastructures of communications. And this is the work of the infrastructures of communications. We had a lot of studies here, including from the National Laboratory for Civil Engineering, LNEC, based here in Lisbon, which is a national reference, and not only national. And this is the lower floor where lorries and vans come with the goods to. But not this. What they did, they did construct a tunnel below the streets, below the houses, the next door houses, and here it is. The lorries come through this narrow street and go straight into the entrance. They go straight into the entrance. Just a note of another nature. This was a 150-year-old small shop of seeds, which now looks like that. And these are the many works of art that were recovered. But this is close to engineering. Now, entrepreneurship, a completely different way of doing engineering. Supercapacitors that have been developed by a group of young people with what they say a significant reduction in truck operation costs, and the market is of some things in Europe, 6 million trucks. What these people do is they develop these supercapacitors. This method, the number of people, 12 workers, it's small teams. A pilot plant with capacity to produce 1,000 cells per year for the moment. And they build the supercapacitors. They are very easy to install. And develop fundamental research in the area of materials for supercapacitors. Develop business, naturally. And at European level, as I mentioned to you, the market is tremendous. They are on the beginning. They are beginning now. I think they are they will be successful because they have a very, very good market for them. The other solution is already in the market, well established. It's a solution of what we call the Internet of Things. Again, young people with patented technology designed and built in the European Union. It's active in 35 markets worldwide. And very simply, it's an Internet of Things smart light, which has a number of integrated other features, such as security cameras, air quality sensors, Wi-Fi connections, electric vehicle charges, and so on. Just for you to have an idea of this very simple concept, that's where they build things, but this is the important part. That's where they are disseminated all over the world, 35 countries. They sold more than 3,000 units. They have a financing of 4 million euros. A number of patents. Is a very sharp guy. The CEO is a very sharp guy. 21 people. And the weight of exports is about 70% of the business volume. Another company, if you go through the motorway, you will see in the Portuguese station services this equipment. Very fast charging of electrical vehicles. It's internationally recognized, as I'm going to show to you. They have a significant number of equipment from 50K to 1,600K. 2 minutes and 3 minutes. They were developing during 5 years, first joining the team, then getting the certifications in Europe, in the USA. And again, they are spread all over the world. They are in 30 countries, more than 30 countries, 6 continents. They sold now more than 500 megawatts of equipment. And again, they are with a significant amount of research to continue their development. They were a leader. They have profit. And here we are with a number of solutions. Antwerp, Portugal, Dominican Republic, France, Spain, Hungary, United Arab Emirates, Thailand, US of A, Germany, Brazil, France, Poland, UK, Greece, you name it. The final one, 3 minutes more. It has to do with water. And I had to finish with that. 2 young ladies doing their research here in Portugal. They are working. The problem of desalinization of seawater is complex because it's very costly. And secondly, the brines that are produced are very toxic. What they do, they recover valuable minerals, they increase freshwater efficiency, recovery, and minimize the impact of toxic brine discharge. They've been having a lot of impact nationally, and in newspapers and in companies are very interested on this. Companies are very interested on this technology. As a matter of fact, they are right now developing a pilot plant in the Algarve with this technique. The idea is this. There is an unconscious discharge of brine into the oceans. There is an ecological disruption of the seawater food chain. All over the world, it's amazing the amount of toxic brine that goes to the sea. It's amazing the amount of toxic brine. The opportunity to valorize brine minerals is very significant because it's minerals that duplicate when the brines are recovered. It's minerals that serve various industries. It's minerals that the market is very dependent on non-European industries. I'm not going to details, but the idea is this. They start by separating, then get an enriched pre-treated brine. This is their trick of the type of reactor they have. They get some more water, mineral production. This water is recovered. And so they increase the efficiency of recovering water. They produce minerals, and they take care of the toxic aspects of the brine. So that's it. Epilogue, one slide. Is world development in the hands of engineering? Well, it is also in the hands of other areas, but it is very much in the hands of engineering and of engineers. Portugal has a large, high-quality installed engineering capacity, both in engineers and in companies, with ambition looking to the outside world. It is fundamental for our collective future that our governments, not only the Portuguese, enhance, boost, support the intervention of engineering, recognizing and using its ability to do. That's the key word. Bring engineering to cooperate more in design of policies, give engineering the responsibility of making and implementing these policies on the field. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Por favor. Não se esqueça. Ai, não, isto é. Não, isto não é seu. Parecia que era o telemóvel. Thank you so much, Professor Sebastião Feio de Azevedo. You're clearly a very charismatic professor with a passion for your work. This was a real lesson in engineering and in engineering history, Portuguese engineering, future engineering. And now it's a time for a short break. We will resume in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering.
To World Engineering Day, this year about engineering solutions for a sustainable world. Here with me is Mustafa Shehu, World Federation of Engineering Organizations President of Nigeria. What is the relevance of engineering to achieve sustainable development goals?
Well, the relevance of engineering is very obvious actually to achieve almost all the sustainable development goals, because when you talk of sustainable development goals, you must talk about energy, you must talk about poverty, you must talk about potable water supply. All these are issues that have direct bearing on engineering. Without engineering input, you cannot achieve, food production, you cannot achieve fresh water supply, you cannot achieve quality education. Quality education has to do with a lot of engineering, because in getting the teachers, in getting the equipment used in teaching, you have to use engineering. Likewise, when you talk of potable water supply, when you talk of energy sufficiency, energy adequacy in any community or in any country, what kind of energy does any country require? How is that energy generated? What is the input to get that energy? Is it through fossil fuel or through renewable energy sources? All these are issues that have direct bearing on engineering, and that is why engineering, is very critical, in attaining almost all the sustainable development goals.
And what are the main challenges in countries that doesn't have much access to energy in general?
Yeah, there are so many challenges actually, because when we talk of the energy, the challenges on energy varies from one country to another. While one country has the challenge of the energy access, because not all the people in the country have access to electricity. There are many countries like that. And in addition to the lack of overall access, there is also lack of availability of the supply. Because in many countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, those consumers or those people who are termed to have access to electricity, they don't have access, they really don't have the availability of the supply of electricity 24 hours. So that is also a huge challenge. But that is, directly related to the adequacy of the generation infrastructure, transmission infrastructure, as well as the distribution infrastructure. So sometimes this do not really, match the demand in the country. There are a lot of countries whereby you have the generation is quite adequate, but the transmission line, to convey the electricity from the generating stations to the load centers is not adequate. Or you may have sufficient adequate transmission infrastructure, but the distribution network is grossly is grossly inadequate. So we have to look at all these scenarios, in their proper perspective and see where the effort is needed most.
And what do you think would be the perfect balance between economic progress, social justice, and environmental preservation?
Well, economy has to do with a lot of, social justice also, because you cannot provide this infrastructure without taking cognizance of the cost of the infrastructure. You understand? Because it costs a lot of money to provide any infrastructure. But at the same time, as much as you want the infrastructure to be sustainable, somebody has to pay for it. Be it the individual, be it the government, but overall, the government has to take the lead in making sure that even people have the ability, the capacity to pay for these essential services, because these are actually essential services. They are not luxuries. Having potable water is not a luxury. Having electricity is not a luxury. So it's for the government to make sure that in procuring this infrastructure, they procure it at least cost so that people can afford it. Or if they will have any subsidy, then they have to have, a very reliable means of subsidizing that infrastructure, at least for some time. Then gradually, as time goes on, you keep increasing, the cost of this, utility, so that people can afford it easily. So it has to be a gradual and, a balance, between this economy and social impact.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I think I'm going.
This person has taken us. I need this photograph because I want to send some tweets.
You have to ask to.
Yeah.
Mais costas?
No, pero desde aquí, que se vea el nombre. ¿Se ve eso?
How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering.
Well, now I'm here with Fernando de Almeida Santos, President of Portuguese Engineers Association. Hi. There is so much good engineering in Portugal. Why are we stuck in the brain drain?
Well, it's a difficult question, but because there are too many answers. Firstly, our engineering in Portugal, behind schools and professional issues, is an engineering of excellency. Then our in Ordem dos Engenheiros can have with our kind of organization these World Engineering Day organizations and being leadership in engineering in all worlds. But strangely, we have brain drain in the early years of professionals in engineering. Why? First of all, we think because we are a peripheric country in Europe, and there are huge and big opportunities in Central Europe because all Europe needs engineers, and of course some of the salaries and opportunities, mainly in the first, seems, and I do say again that seems that are better than they are, and they go. Then there are some engineers that come again to Portugal, and our problem is that we have to have a qualified immigration to compensate the brain drain that we have here in Portugal. So that's the problem. We are treating that as a problem, trying to get solutions and trying to evidentiate some examples in Northern Europe mainly, that it's not so true that big salary is big quality of life.
And what's the importance and the significance of the World Engineering Day happening here in Portugal?
For us, it's very, very strong because, as we said, we have a plan to be inside the world leaderships in engineering. Portugal is a medium country in Europe, small in the global context, but our kind of organization with the strike force of civil society, for example, organized in ordens profissionals, in professional orders as in Portugal, our profession and others, gives us internationally strong, competitive, strong against, for example, Spain, France, or even Italy, because we concentrate all engineering and we are a arm of state in our obligations. So we have a very nice international penetration. We get some presidencies internationally, and we want to reinforce that with inside organizations to show that Portugal is an international player in engineering. So for us it is important to reaffirmate our presence in world engineering.
What are the main challenges of Portuguese Engineers Association?
For the moment are internal, because we have a new statute. We have to reorganize our competencies for the Portuguese engineers and states. We have two associations in the same profession, and it's not normal. We have to redefine that. We have a year to reorganize all the situations in Portugal, and after that create in the farm, in the floor, the evaluation, the system of evaluation of engineers. It's a pioneer job in engineering in the world. We are doing that. We will be the first, and that's the internal issue. Internationally, I think we can afford for some leadership in some international organizations. That one we was past president, but there are other ones that we want to be in the front.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'm here with Marlene Kanga, World Federation of Engineering Organizations past president, non-executive director and River Energy from Australia. Hello. Thank you for including Portugal in World Federation of Engineering Organizations, first of all. What differences do you find between when you were president and nowadays?
Well, a lot has changed. World Engineering Day was declared when I was president. I led the proposal successfully for UNESCO to make this decision. And the celebrations have increased and grown in importance over the last 5 years. Last year we attracted 60 million on social media, and this year we hope the number will be even greater.
And how do you evaluate the country's strategic considerations for decarbonization policies in energy systems?
Well, I think all countries are looking at the energy transition. This is very important if we have to address climate change, and the renewable energy strategies of various countries are really quite aligned. And of course, engineers have a key role in this work. And it's not just the renewable energy technologies like solar and wind energy, but we also have to build transmission systems, and we have to engage with the community. We have batteries to stabilize the grid. So there's a lot of work there for engineers to do, and we're on the journey.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So that's all for now.
Estás primeiro fechado em mim, olha, é agora, não é? Hello, good morning. Welcome to this very special day here in Lisbon. And my name is Carla, and it's a great honor to be with you this morning. I have our first guest. She's a woman. It's not very usual in this area. She comes from Italy, and she's the World Federation of Engineering Organization Executive Vice President, and comes from Italy. And I know that in Italy, she's Ania Lopez. I know, Ania, that in Italy you have the same issue. Here we face some labor problems. We can't find labor here. And in Italy, it's more or less the same, isn't it?
Yes, I think the problem is of the war. Of not a lot of women in engineering. It's necessary more women and young engineer for increase, because the technology as the science advance, and it's necessary energy, a new energy. Today I'm talk about is renewable energy and other energy. Now it's very important the new energy to launch the engineering for the future.
Okay, and what about women in this area? There aren't many women interested in coming to engineering. How can we change that?
I think that is work together with a group, women in engineering. This is a committee of WFAO and a new president of Ghana, and I think work together for increase the women and work together with the men, because the alone women is not important. It's all together and work men and women for a new future of engineering of the world.
Okay, and how is this day? It's beginning. It's only in the morning, but how is this day being for you? Are you learning? How do you expect to pass the day?
Yes, this is a special day in Lisbon, and listen the conference of the professor of the president of the Academy of Engineers of Portuguese. Very, very interesting, and the progress of Lisbon to engineer, very interesting. And I think that is the specialization. I'm a mechanical engineer, and it is very interesting for the future, an idea and point of view, and it's necessary to increase and study every day, every time. I continue to study today. I have my PhD about management, engineer, and renewable contract. It's necessary. This is important to create the alliance with the international organization. This is very, very important. And now, with FAO, I would like to launch a project with FAO in Italy, Food Organization Agriculture, for a lot of engineers of the world, because the specialization engineer and agriculture is together, and this is very important for the future.
For the women that are watching now, streaming, how can we captivate them to come to engineering?
More women in engineer and all together change of the future.
Thank you, Anya.
Thank you so much.
And we're back with another guest, this time a Portuguese one, a Portuguese engineer. His name is Carlos Neves. And Carlos, welcome, very welcome to this special day here in Lisbon. And can you introduce yourself?
Well, I'm basically an engineer, a mechanical one. And I'm also the president of the National College of Mechanical Engineers at Ordem of Engineers. So in terms of professional, I'm basically an engineer, and I'm working basically on in innovation, technology, and the ways that we can address innovation to territories, to cities, and to companies. That's basically what I'm doing in my professional way.
Okay, so this is the first time Lisbon is organizing a conference like this. It's an honor to us. And how do you find that?
Well, it's very important for Portugal to welcome and to host this event, because it's a world event of engineers, and not only because we can communicate what is a big asset for Portugal, that we have more than 600 years of multiculturalism. We are a multicultural country from the 15th century, not from nowadays. And this stress the importance of connecting the dots to establish networks in terms of engineering, in terms of development. And I think this event can highlight these characteristics very well. Of course, it's very important for Portugal to welcome people from abroad. We are a welcome country. But in terms of engineering, this is what I'd like to stress, and I like to highlight, because I think it's a very important issue.
Thank you, Carlos. Enjoy your day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. And we're back again, this time with Mozambique, an engineer that comes from Mozambique. His name is Feliciano Dias, and very welcome. I would like you please to introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Feliciano Dias, I'm civil engineer, and at the moment I'm the president of Council of Engineers in Mozambique.
Welcome, Feliciano. This has been a very busy morning, lots of learning to do. How do you find, is it important for us here in Portugal to have this conference here?
Yeah, it's important for us because Mozambique is a young country and our organization also is a young organization. And to attend this conference is good for us because we can learn a lot of experience for the oldest countries and for the oldest organizations about this, especially for development and the climate change in the world.
Thank you so much, Feliciano, for being with us. And you're always welcome from Mozambique. Is it different, the engineering there? Very different from Portugal?
No, the engineering is in the world language. There's not a difference because will be a difference because we have different stage of the engineering. No? Okay.
So best of luck and enjoy your day. Thank you, Feliciano. Thank you. So we have another guest here, this time from the United Arab Emirates. I can't spell her name, so she's going to do that. And she's a woman, of course, an engineer, and very welcome here. Can you please introduce yourself?
This is Dr. Nahla Al-Qasimi. I have PhD in town planning. I am national member in the Executive Council at the WFO. And I am the Vice President of the Society of Engineers at the United Arab Emirates. At the same time, I am Associate Professor in Town Planning at the University and Dean of Students at Ajman University in United Arab Emirates.
I'm very curious because how is it for a woman to work there? Is it? It's not the same that working in Europe. What do you find the most challenging issues in your country?
The challenging issues was in the past, actually, when it was at my time when I graduated. It was not very common that ladies are working in the engineering sector, but now we have many girls and women are working in all sectors, and they are reaching leadership positions in my country. Actually, we have an empowerment approach by the government and by the leadership to women, and we have many ministers as young girls, ministers in a very important ministry of education, in all other fields. So yes.
Wow, it must be challenging at you're for the first time here in Portugal. This is the first time we organize this conference. How are you finding the conference until now?
Actually, the conference, it's a very good subject about the sustainable energy and sustainability and the engineering solutions for sustainable world. Sustainability now is the main issue worldwide based on the climate change and other challenges worldwide, and energy solutions, renewable energies. We just had in our country the COP28. We hosted the COP28, and many important discussions was running there. Here, it is a very good opportunity for good networking, and many professionals and experts in this conference, in which we can listen to insights from worldwide experts in this regard, from UNESCO, from ministers and leaderships from Lisbon and worldwide. So it's a very good opportunity for networking and listening to experts.
Good, we're glad of it. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy the conference. Thank you. And now the break is almost done.
How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. We're about to resume this conference day here in Lisbon. Thank you, everyone. Please return to your seats. We will resume in a few minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back to this World Engineering Day Lisbon event. We're here at the Portuguese Association of Engineers, and I would like to remind you that the Portuguese Association of Engineers has every year a theme. This year's theme is gender equality. So as we were speaking before about women engineers, it's quite an interesting and current day subject. That's this year's Portuguese Association of Engineers theme. Well, we'll be going for the next speaker. We'll be talking about a presentation, the Global Engineering Capability Review of 2020, a report that analyzes the achievements and challenges met by engineering in different parts of the world and gives us also recommendations to improve in the future. And to present this review, I now call to the stage Interim Associate Director International at the Royal Academy of Engineering in the United Kingdom, Engineer Shane McHugh. Let's please give him a warm welcome.
Excellencies, esteemed engineers, distinguished guests, my name is Shane McHugh, and I've got the tough job of following Professor de Azevedo's presentation. I can't promise that I'm going to be as fascinating or as far-ranging as he was, but I do think I can tell you some interesting things about global engineering capability. Let me just... There we go. So, for the past 5 years, through our Academy's Engineering X partnership with Lloyd's Register Foundation, we have tackled the challenge of improving safety skills globally. Funding partnerships across sectors and across countries to improve the teaching and promotion of engineering skills, identifying champions of engineering safety skills and empowering them to improve safety and equity in their own environment. Champions like the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, who we helped to develop a new curriculum and professional development course for software safety engineering, training 80 professionals in its first year, and even prompted Tanzanian regulators to develop a policy framework specifically for safety-critical software systems. But really, I think the most powerful work we can do is to build the evidence base and the arguments that can drive improvements in engineering skills across the world. That's why we're so interested in understanding the global picture in engineering skills and mapping out how engineering skills, safety, and sustainability all intersect. Over the past year, we've been working with Standard & Poor's to produce the 2024 Global Engineering Capability Review. The review will officially be launched in May, but to mark World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, we would like to give colleagues from WFIO a sneak preview of some of the highlights. So over the next few minutes, I'll discuss why we created an index, how we built it up, what we discovered in the process, and what we hope to do with it. So we're starting with why. Obviously, it's very interesting to develop a snapshot of the global state of play in engineering skills, but on its own, this is not enough. There were 3 specific questions we really wanted this review to answer: to give the global engineering profession a platform for improvement, and actually to frame our own future activities and investments. So questions are there. Where is the most harm or risk of harm due to unsafe engineering practices? Where will this be in the future? What engineering safety skills are particularly needed? And how do we create engineers with the skills to reduce harm and increase safety in their countries? So how do we go about that? Well, previous attempts to map engineering skills have focused on what was easy to measure: numbers of graduates, professional registration statistics. But we feel there are intangibles that are just as important in determining the health of a country's engineering profession, and they're also much more difficult to evidence. Things like good governance, conscientiousness, ethics. Actually, some of the things that Professor De Azevedo was talking about earlier. So this time, we didn't shy away from that difficulty. So for the review, we developed 76 indicators clustered in 10 capacity areas. And these range from quite traditional metrics, skills and experience, employment and training, to areas that are much trickier to measure: governance, codes, competence and commitments. We linked these capacity areas to 3 primary stakeholder groups: the engineering profession, governments, and engineering industry, so that we felt the report would have targeted messages for each. Of course, there are multiple synergies between the different groups of indicators, and the engineering profession and engineering institutions have a role to play across all of them. So, using those indicators, what does the global picture of engineering safety skills look like? Well, here's a quick diagram. Across the world, there are 115 countries where data was robust enough to carry out the review. We thought that a numerical ranking of countries would be unhelpful and actually very misleading. So instead, we developed a clustering system, which you can see on the map here. So the groups range from green, where skills are most adequate, to red, for not adequate. And those are countries where the risk of harm due to unsafe engineering practices we feel is very high. But is this really an accurate picture of risk? After all, we're not measuring risk directly. We're just measuring the safety inputs that mitigate it, the skills, partnerships, investments, and values that underpin a safe engineering landscape. What if there are other factors beyond skilled input that change the picture of risk? Well, we decided to test this assumption, and we did it by developing a separate index of safe engineering outcomes and then comparing the 2 indexes. So in this slide, what you see, this very, very busy slide, but what you see is we've mapped the performance of all 115 countries we covered against the Engineering Capability Index on the x-axis, across here, and the Engineering Outcomes Index on the y-axis. And as you can see, there's an extremely strong correlation between the 2. I'm excited by this. I think this is the strongest argument I've seen to date that investment in engineering skills directly correlates to reduced risk in the engineered environment. But actually, I think also that's not the most interesting thing about this graph. I'm looking particularly at those countries in the bottom left quadrant. These are countries where their score on the Engineering Capability Index is actually higher than the Engineering Outputs Index. What can cause this? Well, we think this is actually a leading indicator. We think these are countries that are already making an investment in engineering skills now that will lead to improved safety outcomes in the future. Similarly, there's a top left quadrant which is very empty at the moment, but this could flag up in future countries where skills investment maybe is lagging behind the sophistication of engineered infrastructure in the country. So what are our findings? I'll just give you a few top-line messages. As I've just mentioned, the review provides strong evidence that investing in engineering capacity directly links to safety outcomes. I think this makes a compelling argument to policymakers that investment in the engineering infrastructure and the engineering skills ecosystem is a key component of a safe, sustainable, and prosperous society. Further good news is that engineering capability is much more broadly distributed than we'd originally imagined. All countries were ranked as adequate in at least one measure, and 47 different countries all across the world have exemplary capacity in at least one of the 10 capacity areas. And while safety skills are stronger overall in traditional engineering powers, the reviews show that there are countries in every continent that are local leaders in engineering safety skills. And the review actually is going to argue that regional alliances, learning from regional champions, could be a simple and swift way to really boost engineering capacity quickly. A final takeaway is that partnerships to boost engineering capacity between government, academia, and industry, across sectors and across countries, they were really weaker than we expected across the globe. Again, we think this could be an opportunity. Improving the incentives for international and cross-sectoral partnerships could catalyse dramatic improvements in skills. It also suggests that we need more evidence on what partnerships work and why. The global review, it takes account of engineering safety as it exists today, but we know that the nature of engineering safety is changing as rapidly as engineering changes, and we've heard a lot about that earlier. Emerging technologies such as large language models, engineering biology, and quantum computing bring with them unprecedented safety and ethics challenges. Also, our need to embed circularity and carbon neutrality across all of society means broadening our understanding of safety to include environmental and ecological safety. That is why the review showcases case studies of how engineers globally are identifying and responding to new safety challenges. From developing responsible AI, like the new WFIO report launched today, to recycling renewable energy infrastructure, we undertook deep dives into the safety problems that engineers are struggling with today. And we also hope to identify new challenges that the Engineering X can work on with its global partners, including WFIO, in the years ahead. I'll finish my presentation with an example of the impact this approach can have. Today, to celebrate World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, we are launching a global partnership to tackle open burning of waste, a serious safety and health challenge, as well as a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Engineering X at the Academy is leading a consortium that's received $1.3 million of funding from UNEP Climate and Clean Air Coalition to help end the open burning of waste by 2040. So this two-year project will produce roadmaps for phasing out open burning in 3 continents, Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And we'll pilot these roadmaps in city-level projects. And we hope the case studies contained within this review will inspire further partnerships to address the major 21st century challenges. And very finally, I'd like to issue a little call for action to our friends in WFIO. Because in the end, the review is just a tool, and the tool will only be as powerful as the community who use it. So please bookmark our website. You can use the QR code, that massive QR code. If you can get it, you might need to shrink your picture to get it all in. This is where the review will appear when it's published in May. Along with the review, the website will contain interactives for each country that will allow you to delve deeper into national and regional performance across a whole range of indicators. We would also like you to be our champions. Share the data with your national stakeholders. Use it in your arguments to promote investment in engineering skills. And please, feedback to us on what works and what doesn't, so that we can continuously improve the quality of our data and our analysis. Together, we can use this review as a guide to improve the engineering skills that underpin social and economic growth and help us all build a safe and sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer McHugh, for this Global Engineering Capability Review of 2024. The World Engineering Hackathon is a unique international competition where engineering students work in teams to solve a real-world problem with a solution that advances one of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Since the registration opened in October 2023, there were 200 teams from 33 countries competing. 12 finalist teams have been selected, and today the winner will be announced. And to make that announcement of the winner of the Hackathon Awards, I call to the stage another past president of the World Federation of Engineering Organization, a leader of science, technology, engineering and mathematics organizations in Australia and other countries. Please let's give a round of applause to Dr. Marlene Kanga.
Your Excellencies, leaders from engineering organizations from around the world, and current and past presidents of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations and members of the Executive Council of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. It is a great honor and privilege to be here on World Engineering Day in Portugal. As you know, I was born in Goa, and which was a former colony, Portuguese colony. So Portugal is in my blood and in my heart. So greetings, everyone, and happy World Engineering Day. As I've just been introduced, I'm a past president of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations from 2017 to 2019, and I successfully led the proposal for 4th March to be declared World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. The theme of World Engineering Day 2024 is Engineering Solutions for a Sustainable World. Once again, our focus has been on young engineers and student engineers to enjoy the celebrations for World Engineering Day. We therefore conceived the World Engineering Day Hackathon, which has engaged young engineers and students from around the world. This amazing event would not have been possible without the support of Engineers Without Borders International, and I thank them sincerely. I would also like to thank the contributors and sponsors of this very important event. I'd also like to thank the working group and the judges from around the world who have made this event possible, especially the chair of the Young Engineers Future Leaders Forum, who cannot be here with us today, Mr. Firas Boudia. Our preliminary judging panel comprised nearly 30 judges from around the world who volunteered their time to assess all the projects that we received. Our finalist judges were representatives of the Federation's partners and from UNESCO. This was a great effort in international collaboration. Each year, we select some UN Sustainable Development Goals to highlight for the hackathon. This year, our focus was on climate action, the SDG number 13. We also focused on the Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Hunger, Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is good health and well-being, and Sustainable Development Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. Hackathon teams had to choose one of these to develop an innovative solution. The challenges in summary were Challenge 1, which related to Sustainable Development Goal 2, feeding 10 billion people in a changing climate and sustainably providing affordable, accessible, nutritious diets for future populations. How can we do that? Challenge 2, focusing on SDG 11, Sustainable Cities, promoting climate action through sustainable cities and communities from the buildings we live in, transport, mobility, and data and information to make informed decisions. How can engineers support this? And Challenge 3, SDG 3, Good Health, which is how do we improve city design and infrastructure, rethink our new technologies, and retrofit existing ones so that our living places are dynamic, equitable places for people to enjoy better health and well-being. And the solutions were also required to be consistent with engineering solutions for a sustainable world, the theme for the 2024 celebrations. The challenges were developed in partnership with Engineers Without Borders, who worked tirelessly on this program with us. Now, the judging criteria, as in previous years, were based on the International Engineering Alliance, a partner of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, their graduate attributes and professional competencies framework, which underpins the mutual recognition of engineering qualifications across 30 signatories and 41 jurisdictions around the world. We received more than 2,500 individual registrations, and some 200 teams eventually registered and made submissions. They were from 33 countries from around the world. This was a huge step up from the previous year, a big increase. We had a prize pool of 7,000 euros, 4,000 euros to the first place winner, 2,000 to second place, and 1,000 to the third place. All participants will receive a certificate of participation from the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. Our preliminary judges judged the first round, and 12 finalists were selected. Then the finalist judges, including myself, judged that final round. We have now completed that judging, and I'm very pleased to make the announcement of the top 3 winners of the 2024 World Engineering Day Hackathon. So in third place, I'm pleased to announce the winner of 1,000 euros is Team Green Space. Green, which stands for Green Sustainable
Fossil fuel dominates all energy sources as it is responsible for supplying 80% of the world's total energy requirement. But the problem is, it is the main cause of carbon emissions that drastically increase global temperatures. Transportation, keeping the lights on, crop failures are also some of the human activities that contribute to carbon footprints. Who are affected? Refugees and internally displaced people. They experience extreme heat. They only live in temporary settlements in which materials cannot cope with the extreme temperature during hot days. The situation may get worse when heat waves occur. How might we protect them from extreme heat while reducing our carbon footprints?
Our team presents Green Space, sustainable phytophens assembled using cured source collected urine for urban environmental balance. Green Space is a proposed design for shelters that employs biofencing through the application of microalgae. It mainly addresses SDG 13, climate action, and also it contributes to SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and lastly, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities.
The highlight of Green Space is the cultivation of microalgae in treated human feed. On average, an individual urinates about 1 to 1.5 liters per day, which is about 7 to 10.5 liters per week, and about 1,050 to 1,575 liters per week in a community comprising of at least 150 people. Urine has a high concentration of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium that microalgae can capture and use for its growth. To do this, an improvised urine diversion toilet has to be set up in comfort rooms. In this way, pure urine can be obtained.
To kill pathogens, batch samples of urine will be sterilized in an autoclave. Thereafter, the reduction of color and odor of the urine will be facilitated using a 3-layer filter consisting of vetiver grass, carbon filter, and sand filter.
Treated nutrient-rich urine is now ready for optimization. Optimal biomass growth of microalgae will be examined through dilution of 1:25 to 1:300. Peer-reviewed study indicates that diluted urine samples can provide an even more ideal environment for microalgae. The inoculum of the microalgae C. vulgaris can now be mixed in a photobioreactor with urine as media.
The advantage of this innovation is that microalgae can exploit the concentrated nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in urine for their growth, thus producing biomass that can be used as biofuel, creating an opportunity for a less harmful source of energy. And for wastewater treatment facilities, the use of microalgae can be helpful in the further treatment of yellow wastewater.
We will utilize the biofencing of microalgae to defend people from the scorching heat of the sun. Microalgae will also capture carbon dioxide through the ducts in the fabricated container, thus reducing toxic emissions in the surroundings. The green space will also be installed with a solar panel in order to light up during the nighttime and function as a photobioreactor while providing illumination. After some time, the urine and microalgae mixture can be easily replenished through pre-designed inlet and outlet. To sum up, green space will serve as a biomass producer, urine's tertiary treatment, biofence, polluted air purifier, light source, and ultimately, a cool space where everyone can relax.
We are planning to cooperate and seek funding from the Department of Science and Technology to improve our urine treatment capacity and upscale our microalgae cultivation. With green space, experience a harmonious blend of nature and urban living where everyone can thrive in a cool, comforting, and sustainable environment.
So that's a sustainable use of resources which can come from any place. So it was very innovative. And the judges thought that was a very innovative way to provide shelter in refugee camps and also to improve health by ensuring that people urinate in designated areas where the urine is collected, avoiding unhygienic conditions. I think this very innovative product is well worthy of the third place and wins 1,000 euros. The team is from Batangas State University in the Philippines. So congratulations to them. So now we will watch the second place winner, which is Team EcoCool. This team is from the University of British Columbia, Okanagan, Canada, and they addressed challenge number 3. Congratulations to Team EcoCool for an excellent entry. The judges thought this was a great innovative design to address energy-efficient cooling and appreciated the innovation of an effective ventilation and cooling system for existing shelters using water and solar cells as well to make it self-sustainable. The feasibility of the deployment was well researched, the design was well thought out, and they used some computerized tools, 3D printing, computerized fluid dynamics to show the effects of cooling that were achieved. The outcome also demonstrated excellent collaboration, communication, and teamwork to address important goals such as SDG 13, climate action, SDG 3, good health, SDG 7, energy, and SDG 11, sustainable cities. So now let's watch their submission. Thank you.
Afghanistan, Papua New Guinea, and Central America. These are some of the countries most underprepared for extreme heat, and the summer of July 2023 was the hottest month ever recorded since the 1880s. This is bound to increase due to the increased population and consumption, leading to a more severe effect of global warming in the coming year. There are over 6 million internally displaced persons in Afghanistan, and their shelter is not enough to protect them from the heat. So our team come up with solutions to save them. Introducing EcoCool, a cost-effective cooling system that could be installed in existing shelter to help ventilate and cool down the whole shelter through the use of water. Using solar panels, the system is self-sustainable, and the attach-on feature means the system is also applicable to regular households and reduce energy consumption by replacing the traditional air conditioner system. Our system achieved 3 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals: good health and well-being, affordable and clean energy, and sustainable cities and communities.
After brainstorming, we knew that the passive cooling is the way to go. We found a very old yet clever invention that utilized the physics phenomenon of water evaporation energy to reduce temperature for food storage. The clay is a very special material with high heat conductivity, and it is made from one of the most abundant resources available, soil. So what if we made a wall with clay and ran it through the water system? So we ran a simulation to visualize the possibility, and the result was amazing.
To begin this project, we need to have the shelter itself. So I have been created a 3D model of the shelter, referred from the IKEA shelter, which is one of the most well-designed shelters at this moment. They were widely used all over the world. The size and the shape of the shelter will be used later on in the simulation part.
We designed EcoCool AC by using computer-aided design software. The study of breathing wall by Craig and Greenham in 2017 shows an impressive cooling ability, but they didn't mention about optimal size of holes. So we varied the size of the holes and then tested it out in small scales by using 3D printed models. Eventually, we chose a 1 cm diameter version of our models.
To test the efficiency of the eco-cooling system, we decided to use a simulation to simulate the environment of the shelter in the form of 3-dimensional array, and the result from the simulation will be the distribution of heat and temperature inside of the shelter. And we'll make 2 assumptions to simplify our model. The first one, we will consider the sun to be one and only one source of energy in our model. And the second one is, we do not consider other external factors such as rain, weather, or the temperature of the furniture inside of the shelter. And on the screen right now is the temperature gradient from the simulation. The left figure is the gradient of the air inside the shelter without EcoCool, and the right figure is the one with EcoCool. The simulation will start from the sunrise and end at the sunset with 1 minute time step. For the sun, we establish a function to control the trajectory of the sun and the intensity of the sunlight. To simulate the gradient, we use heat equation to predict the behavior of the heat transpiration. And for our cooling system, we use rate of evaporation to approximate the rate of coolant. Finally, we can see that EcoCool can averagely reduce the temperature of the shelter for 5 to 6 degrees Celsius, especially in the space near the ventilation hole.
And next, I would like to talk about how we can assemble the EcoCool and bring it to life. The panels are made from local soil, mixed with water, shaped in a mold, and baked. This clay panel can also be prefabricated off-site before transporting to the shelter location for quick and easy installation. I designed frames to securely attach the panel to the shelter wall, which are applicable to both rigid and flexible shelter walls. To circulate water through the panel for evaporative cooling, I designed a small power unit that includes a pump, a battery, and a controller. There are also connection ports on the side to connect the power from solar cell and connect the sensor to ensure that there's water running in the system.
The cost estimation of EcoCool AC is around $16 per shelter, which is 44 times cheaper than traditional AC and far less energy consuming.
So to sum up, not only does our team innovation save lives, but it could also reduce energy consumption, create a financially effective way for the government to save lives, and contribute to stopping global warming. There are more and more people at risk of dying from heat wave every day, and we hope to bring the EcoCool system to life to save those in need. Thank you.
Yes, congratulations again to Team EcoCool, and they win a prize of €2,000. And just to explain, in terms of the criteria, you saw the collaboration of the team, how they worked out the engineering solution and presented some of that, their use of digital tools, and the fact that they actually built the system. All these were quite important factors, as well as, of course, producing that amazing video and communicating as well, something that we engineers have to work very hard to do. Communication not being the strongest suit, but I think these kids have done an amazing job. And so finally, to the moment we've all been waiting for, the winner of the 2024 World Engineering Day Hackathon. The team will win 4,000 euros. And I'm very pleased to announce that the team is Team Somiant. This team is from Yache Tech University, Ecuador. Now, this team presented a solution that addressed Challenge 2, SDG 13 Climate Action, and SDG 11 Sustainable Communities. SOMIANT, S-O-M-I-A-N-T, stands for Satellite-Oriented Monitoring of Integrated Analysis of El Nino Tracking. This is a climate intelligence network tool that shows the areas that are most susceptible to damage due to the El Nino phenomenon in the coastal areas of Ecuador. The tool is especially designed to be accessible to everyone. The finalist judges commented that this entry was resourceful and innovative, used data from multiple sources to predict weather and to provide warnings to the general population. The team presented excellent research and produced a good video to show their solution. And it was wonderful to see their collaboration efforts work so well. So let's rewatch their submission now.
Hemos escuchado que el cambio climático cada vez se agrava, provocando derretimiento de los cascos glaciares del planeta, resultando en un incremento en el nivel del mar, veranos más calientes, inviernos más fríos, lluvias intensas o sequías prolongadas. El fenómeno del Niño, también conocido como ENSO, es un evento climático que se genera por el calentamiento del Océano Pacífico, el cual limita en las costas de nuestro país, Ecuador. El ENSO tuvo mayor afectación en nuestro perfil costero en 1997-1998, donde hubo una pérdida de 2.882 millones de dólares. Actualmente se estima que para este año 2023 y 2024 el fenómeno será más fuerte. Sin embargo, estas pérdidas se pueden disminuir si la comunidad conoce sobre los riesgos que conlleva el ENSO. Y si les dijera que no estamos indefensos ante este golpe de la naturaleza, hoy les presentamos una solución innovadora que no solo enfrenta, sino que anticipa, mitiga los impactos de El Niño y nos enseña cómo actuar ante este desastre natural.
El Niño es un fenómeno que afecta significativamente el clima en varias partes del mundo y ocurre cada 2 o 7 años con una intensidad variada, afectando drásticamente la temperatura hasta 4 grados centígrados más sobre la normal. Estos cambios en la temperatura del agua también afectan los denominados vientos alisos, los cuales en condiciones normales son los encargados de transportar el agua caliente frente a las costas de nuestro país hacia las costas de Australia y Japón, al oeste. En épocas del Niño ocurre una disminución de los mismos y en algunos casos en cambios completos de la dirección de estos, provocando intensos periodos de sequía y precipitaciones resultando en inundaciones y en algunos casos hasta incendios. En Ecuador, la falta de datos o la carencia de información obstaculiza nuestra capacidad de respuesta.
Imaginen la capacidad de anticipar, de poder ver en tiempo real el desarrollo del fenómeno del Niño en todas las provincias del Ecuador. Esto no es solo una posibilidad, sino la esencia de nuestra solución, un software de monitoreo en tiempo real que use datos satelitales para proporcionar información y ver la evolución del desarrollo del fenómeno del Niño. En el 97 y el 98, muchas de las comunidades costeras quedaron destruidas. Por ejemplo, en la península de Santa Elena, en La Libertad, el malecón quedó arrasado. Las casas en Manglar Alto derribadas y el muro de contención en Montañita tuvo que ser reconstruido. Al sur del país nos encontramos en Santa Rosa, donde el río por el que pasa esta ciudad se desbordó. Este panorama es muy similar a las comunidades que viven en la provincia de Los Ríos, provincia llena de estos afluentes fluviales. Y en los últimos años, al norte del país, en Esmeraldas, hemos venido viendo estos eventos de inundación múltiples veces. Hoy, el clima no es el mismo de hace 25 años. Reconocer los lugares más susceptibles nos ayudará a que este evento deje de ser una tragedia.
El software propuesto va más allá de ser una simple herramienta de observación. Se trata de una red de inteligencia climática diseñada para ser accesible para todos. El monitoreo en tiempo real utiliza algoritmos para analizar patrones climáticos, previendo posibles escenarios y sus impactos. Esto significa que no solo reaccionamos, sino que anticipamos, marcando la diferencia en la preparación ante el fenómeno del Niño. Una de las funcionalidades claves es la capacidad de segmentar imágenes, permitiendo a los usuarios visualizar el progreso del fenómeno en cada provincia ecuatoriana. Este enfoque basado en imágenes ofrece una comprensión más completa y accesible para todos los usuarios. Esto permite acceder a la información en cualquier momento y lugar. Además del monitoreo continuo, el software enviará notificaciones y alertas a los usuarios sobre cambios significativos, garantizando una respuesta inmediata y eficiente. Estas funcionalidades no solo convierten a nuestro software en una herramienta de observación, sino en un aliado esencial para la toma de decisiones informadas.
Implementar esta iniciativa no solo significa mitigar los impactos que el niño puede llegar a tener, sino también estar un paso adelante en la construcción de un futuro más resiliente. La capacidad de toma de decisiones informadas y responder de manera rápida marca la diferencia en la protección de nuestras comunidades que son afectadas de diferente manera y la prevención de nuestro entorno. Presentamos esta iniciativa siendo conscientes de que somos arquitectos de nuestra resiliencia y este software es la herramienta que nos permite construir cimientos sólidos que nos permitirán enfrentar a diferentes desafíos climáticos que se nos avecinan. El cambio climático no es solo una amenaza, es una realidad ineludible que necesita de nuestra atención y acción inmediata. Juntos podemos ser los guardianes de nuestro entorno, protegiendo nuestra tierra para las generaciones venideras.
That was fantastic. I'm sure you will agree. And we encouraged all the teams to present in their own language and provide subtitles. And this is, I think, the first winner we've had where the presentation has not been in English. The 12 finalists were all very inspiring. And if you have the time, please go on the World Engineering Day website and take a look. There's a very broad diversity of topics that they have addressed. And very many languages spoken as well, which what made it very interesting. So thank you everyone for your attention, and I hope that all members of the Federation, all the universities represented here today have been inspired by these presentations and will encourage your universities, your students to participate in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marlene Kanga, and congratulations to all the Hackathon Awards winners. They actually give us a glimpse into the future of engineering and showed us ingenious solutions to sustainability problems. And we're almost closing this morning's event on engineering solutions for a sustainable world. But the World Engineering Day of 2024 will continue both here at the Portuguese Association of Engineers headquarters in Lisbon and online, where I've been told that close to 12,000 people are watching us right now. So thank you so much for being with us for the last few hours this morning. So to officially close this morning's event, I call again to the stage Professor José Vieira, past president of the World Federation of Engineering Associations.
Okay, dear fellow engineers and friends, I promise that I will be very brief to close this ceremony. Celebrating the World Engineering Day means an excellent opportunity to highlight the importance and the relevance of that engineering and the engineering profession represents in building social progress to serve humanity and the environment. Engineering has always had an essential role in development and human welfare, ensuring the future generations of engineers and scientists will be able to design solutions for local and global challenges is critical. Therefore, the celebration of this day worldwide promotes awareness of engineering as a career, mainly for young students and especially for girls. In fact, even in countries where the numbers of female students who graduate have increased, this trend has not translated into more women entering the engineering profession. We know that the well-being of societies is closely related to their degree of wealth and the sustainable access to infrastructures, facilities, and services. And we also understand that advances in science and engineering are the key for scaling up and improving infrastructure for poverty reduction and facing the challenges of global warming and climate change. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals recognize that ending poverty and other deprivations must go hand in hand with strategies that improve health and education, reduce inequality, and spur economic growth. I believe that celebrating the World Engineering Day, we are raising awareness of the role of engineering in modern life, which is essential in finding and implementing innovative solutions to face those threats and challenges, particularly important for developing countries. On the other hand, WFO, as a representative of engineering at a global level, has to sit on those places where decisions are made on the social and economic repercussions of the energy transition, digital transformation, water infrastructures, technology in monetary system, technology in security, in professional mobility, and so on. These will contribute to the perception of the relevance of engineering and the work of engineers in building social and economic progress in the context of sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
So again, thank you so much for your presence, for being here in Lisbon with us, and to everyone who's watching online live in this 24-hour global stream that I believe it started in Australia. It's passing now through Portugal and will continue in this World Engineering Day of 2024. Here in Lisbon, we'll continue in the afternoon, I believe at about 2 o'clock, 2:30? Yes, I think it's the time that we'll resume with another conference. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. And we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future. How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering.
Associations. He's also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, as well as fellow of the Solar Energy Society of Nigeria. It is clear that's a person with a lot of experience. Also, Professor Zé Vieira, the immediate past president, holds a PhD in civil engineering, is full professor at the University of Minho, Portugal, where he was a pro-rector and vice-rector some time ago. Is a lecturer and a teaching coordinator in undergraduate and postgraduate programs at the University of Minho, Coimbra, Santiago Compostela, and São Paulo, Brazil. He holds the professional title of Consulting Engineer, awarded by the Portuguese Association of Engineers, or Engineers Portugal, Ordem dos Engenheiros, as you may want to say, and was also president of FEANI, the European Federation of National Engineering Associations, and finally president of the World Federation of Engineering Organization, this among other things. So we look forward to hear to these two gentlemen, to whom I said that they have 7 minutes each to speak. Please.
Your Excellencies, distinguished engineers, engineering leaders, presidents of engineering institutions, national and international engineering institutions. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you to this session on energy transition and sustainability. Actually, this is a conference that is supposed to take a whole day or even 2 days because of the importance of the conference. But the fact that we have squeezed everything to 2 days, that is why we are just giving it like half a day. But we shall try as much as possible to make sure that the topics are covered adequately. Energy production and consumption is an issue of great concern to every nation on earth, and there is a positive relationship between energy and economic growth. Income and energy consumption are tightly correlated on every continent and every country across and every period for which data exists. Nowhere in the world you can have a wealthy country that consumes little energy, and you can have a poor country that consumes a lot of energy. So the richer a country is, the more it consumes energy, and vice versa. The development phase of nations regarding energy production and consumption determines their priorities in that sector. While some are battling to meet electricity access and percentage availability, some are more concerned on how clean and sustainable the energy production process is. For those of us who come from sub-Saharan Africa, there are so many countries that do not have 100% access to electricity. And in some situations, even those who have access to the electricity, the availability of the electricity also is under a big question mark. So to them, that is a huge challenge to meet the access rate and also the availability. To put it clearer, what percentage of the energy generation is fuel-based, that is coal, oil, and natural gas, and what percentage is from renewable? The current global scenario shows that fossil fuel-based generation still accounts for about 80% of the energy mix globally. This scenario, if left to continue, will cause global temperature rise due to carbon emissions, which will be detrimental to our future. The aim of this conference is therefore to discuss and propose solutions, revising the energy mix, or how we can transit from a sustainable through a sustainable manner from a predominantly fossil fuel-based energy mix. And that is why we coined the theme of this conference to energy transition and sustainability. As we march to the future, we envisage an increase in population, about 10.4 billion people by the year 2100, which comes along with more energy and food consumption. Of course, the more you have people, the more you have energy consumption. But of course, the energy consumption is not necessarily because of the increased number of people, but because of the increased lifestyle of people. The lifestyle of people changes over time. Available data show that the global per capita energy consumption has increased by 62% since 1965. In numeric terms, it has risen from 17,984 kilowatt hour in 1990 to 21,039 kilowatt hour in 2022, which means that there is an increase of about 3,000 kilowatt hour per capita on each human being globally. And that explains why there is surge in energy demand globally. The production and use of energy are therefore more than ever before at the center of each country's strategic considerations, not only due to the need for decarbonization policies in energy systems, given the emission of greenhouse gases and their impacts on climate change, but also due to the issue of energy autonomy and economic independence of every country. Agreement adopted at the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP21, is to limit the increase in the global average temperature to a maximum of 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level, with a commitment to restrict this temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. It recognizes that the global energy crisis, beyond its impact on climate change, poses a significant challenge to efforts to achieve the energy security. However, data from global carbon projects show that the 2022 emission level is 41 gigatons per year. If we want to limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees, we only have 6 years to achieve this with reasonable likelihood of 50%. For a target rise limit of 2 degrees, we have approximately 28 years to achieve the same 50% likelihood. In other words, we must achieve net zero by 2050. In practical terms, the 1.5 degree target is extremely unlikely to be met given our limited emissions budgets and lagging efforts. And for the 2 degree target, it is still not on track as far as what we have on ground today is concerned. With these realities facing us directly, We must therefore marshal all resources to put 2 degrees back on track, as higher temperatures pose tremendous biodiversity threats. An average global temperature rise of 3 degrees Celsius can result in 41% of mammals losing their habitat. This is a very serious scenario which must be avoided. It will be recalled that COP28 held in Dubai calls for the world to transition away from fossil fuels in energy systems in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, accelerating action in the critical decade so as to achieve net zero by 2050. This signifies that a rapid shift from the fossil fuels and redeveloping whole system to operate on low-carbon electricity. Therefore, all available options of low-carbon or clean carbon energy generation, that is hydro, solar, wind, including nuclear fusion. We have to really put this nuclear fusion technology to use if we must achieve this by 2050. Must be put into consideration in the energy equation if we are to achieve like 77% renewable energy target by 2050. Your Excellencies, distinguished engineers, mine is an opening address. The technical papers will be presented by eminent scholars, and details of and the communique of the paper presentation will be received by all of us, and it is our duty as leaders to share it with our governments, national governments, regional governments, and international governments for further action. I thank you very much.
Dear fellow engineers and friends, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As the world's largest association of international engineering organizations, WFO is committed to the implementation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It actively collaborates with national and international professional bodies to tackle both global and local challenges, leveraging pioneering engineering solutions and policy frameworks for the betterment of humanity. Our world is experiencing unprecedented changes, making a pivotal moment in history. We are facing numerous significant global crises. In such a context, the production and use of energy are more than ever at the center of the country's strategic considerations, not only due to the need for decarbonization policies in energy systems, given the emissions of greenhouse gases and their impacts on climate change, but also due to issues of energy autonomy and economic independence that COVID-19, armed conflicts, and epic geopolitical divisions have dramatically highlighted. The theme energy transition and sustainability, besides its political, social, economic, and environmental implications, constitutes a significant matter requiring active involvement from the field of engineering. The decommissioning of conventional fossil energy plants and the massive development of variable renewable energies can pose issues of continuity and quality in electricity supply. Backup power plants, cost-effective and efficient energy storage technologies, demand flexibility development, and electrical grid development will be necessary to overcome the variability of renewable energies. The issue of access to energy in general and in electricity in particular remains a significant challenge in many regions of the world, requiring different responses for supplying large development megacities and remote off-grid locations. Engineering for sustainable development is especially critical in developing countries to mitigate the effect of climate change, reduce poverty, and design relevant infrastructures and development models. The implementation of scientific research and technical development projects in the field of energy systems engineering underlies industrial transformation, innovation, and global economic structure. Especially in the context of increased tensions in the relations between humans and nature, it is crucial for engineers and policymakers to adopt a balanced approach between economic progress, social justice, and environmental preservation, which is fundamental for a country's energy security. Esteemed delegates, welcome to this pivotal conference on energy transition. Together, let us embark on a journey of collaboration and innovation, forging a path towards a more sustainable and prosperous future. I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Let us keep the pace, but I was asked by the organization to deliver a small commercial. That is, there are buses at 7:30 to take you from here to the restaurant this evening. 7:30 p.m., just outside, for those of you that go to the restaurant. Is it okay? Yeah, yes. Lorries or buses or trucks? Well, buses. From here, from outside. Yes, yeah. No, from the main entrance, the main old entrance, which is in the other building. Well, it's in this building. It's in this building, yeah. Okay? Well, I'm going to give the floor now to Professor Gong Qi, that's the World Federation of Engineering Organization past president from China. Is director of Chinese Institute of New Generation Artificial Intelligence Development Strategies, which is a very relevant thing, and chairman of the Academic Committee of Nankai University. Professor Gong has obtained the Chinese National Award for Technical Inventions and for the Teaching Excellency, as well as many other awards from Chinese and international organizations. The floor is yours till 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Chairman, for your nice words. And good afternoon, dear colleagues. It is my pleasure to be here to celebrate the World Engineering Day with you together. I believe the World Engineering Day has a dual meaning. On the one side is to show up the engineering achievements for the sustainable development and call attentions, supports from the public, from the government. Recently, the Chinese government has done something very good for engineering development. They have decided to establish a dedicated national award for engineers. So, since this year, it's the annual national award. So, but on the other hand, the World Engineering Day is to call our engineer society to increase our awareness on our role in the sustainable development. So my topic is given by the organizer, the role of engineers in the energy transition. So I try to present what I understand on this topic. I start from this graph. That is from the report of the IPCC Group 1. And here you show the dark one. The dark black one is observed variable of the Earth's surface temperature, the average. And this dark brown one is simulated. We use the simulation. In the simulation, we use all factors, including human activities and natural activities like earthquake and so on and so forth. And here you see the confidential, 90% confidential region of the simulation. Here you see all observed temperature variable are within the confidential regime. So that means this simulation is relevant, is meaningful. Then we remove all human activities, the factors from human activities. We get this one, the blue one. So the variable of the Earth's surface temperature is around 0. So that means this gap is made by human activities, especially by energy-relevant human activities. 73% of this increase is made from energy-relevant human activities. So of course, all engineering activities are also human activities. They're badly dealing with energy. And engineering activities as a significant part of the human activity increasing the global surface temperature. So that's our role in the climate change. So, on the other hand, engineers' role is also crucial in energy transition because engineers are crucial in energy generation, transmission, distribution, and application. Because engineering practices is dealing with energy and related greenhouse gas emission. While engineering works rely on energy, the energy transition in turn relies on engineering and engineers. So here I cite the words from the engineering report, UNESCO engineering report released 2 years ago. And here we give some good examples showing engineers are already working on energy transition successfully. But that is not enough. We need to do more, and we can do more for the transition away from the fuels in energy system. So engineers are to increase our awareness of the goal of energy transition. That's goal 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. There are 3 targets under this goal. First is by 2030, ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. The second target is by 2030, increase substantially the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. Third is by 2030, double the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency. So all of these are our works to make this a reality. So we have to meet the challenge of ensuring the energy transition benefit all people, especially those 800 million people without modern energy services. So this number is for the year 2015. The newest number is about 700 million. But the pace of the progress is slowing down during the COVID in the past years. So, and engineers are to integrate digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, in the further electrification to empower the energy transition. Here I show you the different part of the electrification need our engineering works, and which could be empowered by digital technology. So engineers should have the capability to make full use of the emerging digital technology properly to increase the efficiency, stability, safety, and reliability in energy services and applications. Engineers are to further leveraging zero and low emission technologies to deepen the transition. Here you saw the first page of the document of the COP28 last year held in Dubai. And this document called the first global stocktake. In this document, it called further recognize the need for deep, rapid, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emission in line with the 1.5 pathways, and calls on parties to contribute to the following global efforts. I just cite two of them. First is accelerating zero and low emission technologies, including inter alia, renewables, nuclear, abatement, and removal technologies such as carbon capture and utilization and storage, particularly in hard-to-abate sectors and the low-carbon hydrogen production, and accelerating the reduction of emissions from road transport on a range of pathways, including through development of infrastructure and rapid development of zero and low-emission vehicles. So that means engineers should understand the carbon footprint of his or her engineering practice and master related skills to achieve zero and low carbon emission. Furthermore, engineers are to ensure a safe and stable energy supply during the transition. I remember last year in Prague, Mustafa Shefo, in his presentation, he has said African could not transit in dark. We have to supply the energy at first. And the challenge comes from the volatility of renewable energy supply, the changeable supply of renewables, and the complexity of coordinating online supply, consumption, and the maintenance systems of the renewables. And we have to ensure the transition adapting to the regional circumstances and context. Regional contexts differ in natural resources, disasters, and risks. COP28 stressed that the strategy related to just transition and economic diversification should be implemented, taking into account different national circumstances and context. So that's also our job, to have engineering solutions in the national, the local context. And so on and so forth. Because the limitation of time, I could not mention more. The engineer's role, in summary, is to make the energy transition away from the fossil fuel a reality. On the COP20 Earth, nearly 200 countries for the first time recognized the need to transition away from the fossil fuels. A rapid and far-reaching transition across all sectors and systems are necessary to achieve deep and sustained emission reductions and secure a livable and sustainable future for all. That my cite from the document of Dubai, COP28. And on the closing session of that important conference, United Nations Secretary General, who is also the member of our Portuguese Order of Engineers, emphasized that the era of fossil fuels must end with justice and equity. He said the global stocktake must offer a clear plan for a tripling of renewables, a doubling of energy efficiency, and a single-minded focus on tackling the root causes of the climate crisis, fossil fuel production and consumption. I think to answer the question posed at the very beginning, what is the role of engineers in the energy transition? Our role is to implement the plan, the tripling the renewables, doubling the energy efficiency, and a single-minded focus on tackling the root cause of those crises, that is fossil fuel, and to solve the problem by engineering practices. So, in summary, energy transition is imperative and of great urgent to sustain humankind and the planet. All engineers are responsible to this comprehensive energy transition in every engineering position. To take on the engineer's role in energy transition, engineers should have a strong sense of social responsibility to fully understand their role in energy transition and strive to improve their professional capabilities to carry out the transition. WFEO, the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, unites all engineers across the world, men and women, to engage into the energy transition with responsible and innovative engineering practices. So here I end my presentation by this word: transition away from fossil fuels, starting from ourselves, starting now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for very motivating words. Our next speaker is going to speak about Portugal and the energy transition, some vital strategic questions. A man who has been working a lot on these issues, Professor Clemente Pedro Nunes from IST, Portugal. Professor Clemente Pedro Nunes is a full professor at the Instituto Superior Técnico, coordinator of the International Energy Agency's National Process Integration Group, vice chair of the International Energy Agency Technology Cooperation Program within IETS, vice president of the Scientific Council of ENAC, the National Strategy for Adaptation to Climate Changes from the Ministry of Environment, and councillor member of the Ordem dos Engenheiros and full member of the Academy of Engineering. The floor is yours for the next 20 minutes.
So thank you very much for the presentation, Sebastião. We are both chemical engineers. I will speak today more about electrical systems because it's a very important process. So thank you very much to the Ordem dos Engenheiros, which is a house that I belong also for almost 53 years. I joined at the same time as António Guterres. We both graduated at the same month in Técnico, so you see that we have some knowledge on that. He's, as you know, an electrical engineer. I will present here a case study, and the case study is the Portuguese energy transition in the last 25 years. Portugal has, as you know, and was very well said by our Chinese colleague,
the engineers have a very important mission in terms of optimizing the system and making the connection between technology, science and technology, economics, and then what relates to practical items. As we all know in the business world, the devil sometimes is on the details, so we have to be very careful. It is very important for us to view this aspect, so I very much thank for this opportunity. This electrical system in Portugal is one of the main challenges. That's why I chose and I proposed to Professor José Vieira to speak about this item, because it's very challenging and we have a very, I would say, hard experience, and we have to understand and to learn from practice. So it is very important that in the case of Portugal, we are very much integrated in electrical systems with Spain, then with France, not so much, but we are also. And of course, we are very dependent on the decisions that are taken in Spain, in France, and above all in the European Commission, as you know, have a very strong positions in this case. So this is the global framework. In the Portuguese electrical system, basically we started to have a major expanded system after World War II, and it was based at the beginning of an hydroelectric plant that at the time was a big revolution by Professor Ferreira Dias, who was a member of economic ministers at the time. And in the other main item we should take into account was that the last global energy plan that was made in Portugal was in 1983, and it basically decided two things: not to go ahead with the nuclear power plant as a firm and a reliable source of electricity, and instead go for coal and natural gas at the time, 1983, both imported. This was the baseline where we have when we started the next development, which was the revolution of the introduction of the intermittent power sources. That renewables are not all intermittent. You have hydroelectricity that you can store, and you have also biomass, and you have others. But wind and solar, which are the main, let's say, fashionable and now being developed, they are in fact intermittent. Not only variable, but intermittent as such. The problem was that when that was put forward in 2004, 2005, it was made without the total and global economical assessments of which any planning has to do. You have to study the alternatives, to fully analyze it in technological and economical ways, and then to decide for the best available option. So this is the main question. And then there is a technical question that most engineers know. When I'm speaking from non-engineers, this is a very hard topic. But as you know, electricity as such, which is an electronic flux, it cannot be stored. And this is totally different from the other resources we have in terms of final energy products. We can store gasoline, we can store biomass, we can store natural gas, but we can store coal, but we cannot store electricity. So this is an extremely important factor, together with the factor that the new renewables, or some of the new renewables, they are intermittent. So you have here a complex cocktail, almost an explosive cocktail. So we can now see how that is applied in our case. So as electricity has to be used at the moment that is produced, this is a very extreme complex situation. So in Portugal, and then you have the economy, you have the technology, and you have the contracts. So in order to make this investment profitable, to make, under quote, what was done was the so-called feed-in tariffs, which is an expression that basically means that whenever the guys that have a feed, they are guaranteed to be paid when they produce, irrespective of the consumption. And the second point is that they are able, as such, to expel the competition. If you have a fit, if someone is coming and you have already occupied the system, you don't have competition. So this was considered important in order to create the conditions to sustain the investment. But of course, you have a price to pay, as we are going to see. In 2011, the Portuguese government has granted 6,000 megawatts of intermittent power, of which the overwhelming majority was for wind, 5,400 basically, and 600 megawatts for solar at that time. But that is the problem. The consumption at empty hours, we call it in Portuguese horas de vazio, which is the hours of less consumptions, is only 3,900. So you here already have an arithmetic imbalance. You are allowed to be paid till 6,000, but in many hours you only have consumers of 3,900. And it is guaranteed on a contract, a legally based. Already in 2008, this made the first convulsion. There was a problem by which, at a certain time, the Portuguese authority, regulator of the energy system, which is called ERS, has proposed an increase at the time, I believe, about 18% or 17%. And of course, the government said that is not possible because we depend on the elections, and the electors and the public doesn't like. So this made a Portuguese originality. We created a nation adept of the tariffs of the electrical system in 2008, and we still have it. And I will give you an information today that was just published today, which is even more serious, but I will speak that afterwards. So this debt became a very important one. It started 1,000 million euros, then it went up to 5,000 million, then went down, as we are going to see, and then last year, unfortunately, went up, and the last news are very worrisome. So this is the situation in terms of the price of the feed-in tariffs. So between in 2023, it was announced that this debt was going up again to 2,000 million euros. It has gone down to about 1,000 million, and in fact, minimum was not ever that. But now in 2024 was announced to 2,000 million again. And today, the papers published that is a forecast by EDP that in this year it will be increased by 1,000 million euros more. It's today in one of our main newspapers. So the target, although it has been announced 2 months ago, that this debt was not going to go up again. But now it's already going up 2 months later. And this means that the figure that is forecast is 3,000 million euros. So we are on the wrong track again. What is the problem that this makes? Because the FIT, they were granted basically for 15 years. So during 50 years, if you have a FIT, when you produce, you are going to be paid. But the problem is that if you have a new production, even of solar, and you want to sell in the market, if the market is already occupied, let's say a weekend, or even during the day that there are other productions, you cannot be able to sell in the network, which is called the national grid. So this is a very complicated situation, even for the new entrants. So you can have a situation when a new producer that is able to sell or is willing to sell, let's say at 10 euros per megawatt hour, it cannot sell because there is no room for it. And the consumer is paying maximum, in one case, I think it's 380 euros per megawatt hour. So you are forced to pay 380, not to pay 10.
and the guy who has invested now on the new one with the 10 is going to be without any resources. He can't sell. So this is the situation where we have in our present situation. Well, this, in technological terms, we have to look at the three aspects: intermittent power, indirect storage of electricity, and the need to guarantee power backup. You need power backup, of course. We need to have a stable supply, because if not, we have blackouts. So nobody wants to have blackouts. And even in economical terms, it's a disaster. Of course, in modern society, we know that, of course, in some developing countries, there are limitations, but they are being overcome. So we have to produce, we have two alternatives. Either you effectively produce from the beginning at the moment you need, which is not compatible with intermittent sources, or you have to install a complex process by which you indirectly store electricity, because electricity can only be indirectly stored, and then supply when it's necessary. That is the two ways. So in case of Portugal, what are the three alternatives we have? First alternative is the one that is the best in our case, which is to use hydroelectric dams with water, in which, when you have excess production during a few hours or moments or minutes, then you can inject a reverse cycle, pumping water upriver. A few hours later, if the system requires again electricity, you turbine in the normal way, downriver. So this is the best way. It's expensive to some extent. You have to build two dams. You have to have two dams, one next to the other, in order to have the two-way system. So then you have to install all the system, and you play with the water, let's put it this way. The second way is to have what we chemical engineers call the reversible electrochemical reactors, which is commonly known as batteries, in which you make a chemical reaction which allow you to afterwards to produce and quote, electrons. The third way is to have an intermediate chemical compound or molecule which you produce when you have excess electricity, and then later on, when you have a request for electricity, you use it again. In the case of Portugal, hydrogen, electrolytic hydrogen, is the main product that was proposed by our government to overcome this situation. What is the situation with hydrogen? Hydrogen can be used or considered in an electrical system to be a tool to promote the indirect storage of intermittent electricity. So you produce it in order to have available, you can store it. It's a difficult way, we shall see, but you can store it and then you use again. But you have to pay for all the system, which is, as we know, we have to see, it's very complicated. The problem is that, what are the problems, the real problems? We just mentioned that the energy transition has to be equitable and efficient. And we have a problem, is that hydrogen, the system is very inefficient in energy terms. Electrolysis of water is very inefficient, and the system to recover it is also very inefficient, or it is inefficient. One of the main problems to store hydrogen, which is the lightest molecule we have on Earth, we produce, because hydrogen molecule, as far as we know, is not in the nature, it has to be produced. So is that to condensate it in order to have a density, a reasonable energy density, you have to put into liquid state. And that is very troublesome. Because as a temperature way, you have to go down to minus 253 degrees, minus. You are almost on the famous 0 Kelvin. And if you want to pressure it, you have to go up to 700 atmospheres, bars basically, which is a hell. Any mechanical engineer would say it's a hell of a lot of a pressure. So we have here to deal with these aspects, which for some politicians and some other people is not easily understood. So this is the way why engineers are absolutely essential to try to explain and to optimize a real system, not the make-believe system. So it is very important to let these developments to go in order to see how the prices really are going to decrease as some pundits are forecasting. So, unfortunately, the resolution of the Council of Ministers of 2022 did not make any economical assessment. The other point I would like to raise to you is this question has promoted, as we are going to see, shut down the coal-based power plants. This meant that, as you can see, I don't know if this is working, but if you can see in the year of 2022, the last year of which we have reliable statistics by JEG, which is the Portuguese Director General of Energy, this has gone up to 1,000. Our liquid imports from Spain has gone up to 1,695 million euros. So you have this on the graph, which is much easier to see. And you can see the last, I think the laser is not working. Esta, a branca? It's not very, I see it's working. So the previous record was on 2008, in which we imported 634 million. Then we have 2 years of excess exports, let's say beneficial. But as you see, in 2022, it's an overall record. So we are here depending on Spain to avoid a blackout. Because in Portugal, with the intermittency, a backup in Portugal, you have to start up a natural-based power station for that purpose, and a few hours later, if there is wind and solar and sun, you have to shut it down again. Well, this is the situation we have. This is the figures. This is available to anyone to see. The maximum consumption we have in Portugal is around 2,000 megawatts at the peak hours, let's say, maximum consumption. So we have here a system which is, by the way, where are we? It's almost a nonsense because we have installed a total capacity in Portugal of around 20,000 megawatts, is here, production capacity, but we are importing because the system is in balance for operational terms. But the problem is not only that one, is that Spain, as it's a much bigger market and we are interconnected to them, the unbalance, or at least each company, each producing center is much smaller. If we go to the global imports of energy, every sources, you can see that the only one in which we are currently exporters is biomass and biofuels, is here, the last one, which is negative, which means that we are normally exporters. But all the rest, 2022, was a total disaster. We have imported, I have this on the graph, which is easier to see. The total imports it was 2022, almost to 12,000 million euros. That's almost 6% of our GDP in imports, liquid imports. This is a situation we have. How is that reached? Well, we have maximum is oil and derivatives, is the brown. Then we have natural gas, which is very expensive due to the price, and 2022 was a complicated year, as you know. And then you have the orange one, is electricity, which we have just seen. Of course, coal, that was in light blue, when we stopped our power station, we do not import anymore. But you can see that the price of coal, despite the fact that they have environment questions, in financial terms, is much more better. It's much more efficient because it's much cheaper. And it's produced by many other countries that are not controlled by OPEP. So this is the situation in which we have a very big imbalance in these terms. Just to have a number that is very important, we have the record last year was higher than the previous record that was in 2008, as you can see, and the difference was something like 3,612 million. And for the Portuguese, it's very worrisome to know that in 2008, the energy imports were one of the causes of the near bankruptcy of our country in 2011, so which is a little bit unwary. So I have to go a little bit further in order for time requirements. My colleague Sebastião Feidasville very rightly points out to me. So what I can tell you is what I propose and what are the next steps to be carried out in Portugal. First of all, I think we should have to keep in operation the natural gas power station till 2045. It's currently apparently being discussed the new contract with the natural gas power station near Porto, which is Tapada do Outeiro, but the contract finishes this year, so we shall see. The interconnections between France and the Iberian Peninsula is very important because intermittent power without connections with France, it's very complicated because Portugal and Spain has more or less the same wind, in many cases, the same wind system. So we have to be connected with France. The last figures we have is about 3,500 interconnections. As we are going to see, this now is being increased to 5,300. The decision of the European Commission is to increase this to around 10,000, 9 to 10,000 megawatts, but it's not yet seen when that will happen. The other point is to increase biomass production in terms of electricity from biomass, in more 400 megawatts, which also is a way to help to clean the forests and to take away excess biomass from the land. The other point we have is to promote R&D projects to increase the capacity to store electricity, is the main question. A practical way in the Portuguese terms for engineers is to use the Zezer River, which is the one that is reasonably about 100 kilometers from Lisbon, and where is the water storage strategic reserve for the Greater Lisbon area, and where there are 3 dams, Cabril, Bocém, and Castelo de Bode, and to use a pumping station in order to be able to, let's say, indirectly store more electricity. But the most important thing we have, and this is the big challenge I would like to pose to you. We have plans, or the government has plans, to install something like 10,000 megawatts of offshore wind power. And about also more 10,000 megawatts of solar powers. The question is, who is going to pay for it? Is there going to be a feed-in tariff? If there is a feed-in tariff, who is going to pay? Where are the consumers? Where is the planning? Who is doing the calculations of what that will cost? It's very easy and very fashionable to say that we are going to make these investments. But where is the consumers? Are we going to pay again, or are we going to increase the depth of the electrical tariffs to what, 10,000 million euros? 20,000? Is there a new IMF intervention or European Central Bank intervention? These are the economics of the projects. This is a case study of a beautiful country that I invite you to visit that's named Portugal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clement, for having taken only a few minutes more than you should. Now, the next speaker is Luís Miramaral. a former Portuguese Minister of Industry and Energy. He was Minister of Labour and Social Security between 85 and 87, and Ministry of Industry, I hope the numbers are right, and Energy between 87 and 92. He was chairman of Busy Angels and Bind Venture Capital SCR, and he studies a lot. And this is a very nice example. He has a degree in electrical engineering from Instituto Superior Técnico, a master in economics from the Nova Business School of Business and Economy, a postgraduate degree in management from Stanford, and he also attended the Strategic Management Banking Program at INSEAD, Asset Liability Management at Euromoney Training, Power Systems Reliability Evaluation at the University of Manchester, and the program for non-executive directors at the Portuguese Institute of Corporate Governance. Luís, the floor is yours, but still I want to mention that on these days a number of people mention his example as minister. No, joke, serious. As an example that should be followed by others in the next future.
I thank very much your invitation. I will speak about economic dimension of the energy transition. People are delighted to speak about energy transition, but unfortunately, many times they forget the economic dimension of the problem. In the real life, namely political life, we must take into account the economic reality. So I will try to explain you the economic dimension of this big problem that we manage now. Well, I have three short proposals. The energy transition all over the world after the European energy crisis that began before Ukrainian war, and sometimes the people forget it. People makes Ukrainian war responsible for the European energy crisis. It's a mistake, it's not true. And the third one, I will speak about the Portuguese energy system, complementing my colleague Clemente Pedro Nunes, and I will give some simple recommendations to the next Portuguese government. Common sense, simple recommendations about this energy transition. So, first of all, the world has seen several energy transitions from wood to coal. This happens with the first industrial revolution, from coal to oil with the second industrial revolution, and in the third industrial revolution, we remain with oil, but we began to introduce in the energy system natural gas. Now, in the context of decarbonization, we have the emergence of intermittent renewables energy, wind and solar, and we have the launch of the renewable gas, such as hydrogen, biomethane, as a non-fossil fuel alternatives to natural gas. So this is one of the main questions that we have now, because some want to suppress natural gas. They want to introduce hydrogen and biomethane to replace the natural gas. Previous energy transitions have been led by the market in the decentralized approach between producers and consumers, with a gradual transition in which emerging forms of energy are assisted in their development by existing forms of energy. This is crucial for an energy transition. And if you read the economic story of the world, you understand that we had always this kind of energy transitions. We didn't suppress the incumbent energy source, and we tried to introduce new energy sources, but in a seamless transitions without the great problem that we are creating now. Nowadays, transition is being led by the visible hand of political power. This is the main economic mistake. Is the political power is not the market that wants to make the energy transition. Namely, in the European Union and the United States, with Biden administration, obviously not with Trump administration, but with Biden administration, where the game was to do away with incumbent energies overnight, replacing them, and this is not a realistic approach. This political approach, in my opinion, raises serious questions about economic and social sustainability of the transition. It could be said that the aim was not an energy transition, the aim was a genuine energy disruption. So they want to suppress the incumbent energies and to introduce a new world of new energies, forgetting completely the traditional energy source. This was a big, big mistake. And this doesn't work, because we see the world, we have always seamless transitions, not disruptions. And now we want to make a big disruption. We are also, obviously, assisting a resurrection of nuclear energy for the following reasons. Along with wind power, it's one of the lowest emitters of CO2 per unit of energy produced, which makes, obviously, the nuclear power attractive in the decarbonization framework. It has a high energy density. This thing, many people don't know it. High energy density of nuclear power. It means a lot of energy produced by space occupied, while wind and solar energy have a low energy density. This is crucial to take into account the transition and not forgetting nuclear power system, power plants. So it's not realistic in terms of space occupation to completely replace nuclear energy with wind and solar. This is crucial. People forget this point. It's a reliable and stable energy source, well adjusted to supply so-called baseload consumption. And nuclear power plants don't have the problems created by the intermittence of solar and wind power. So it's therefore common sense to recommend to countries that have nuclear power stations, keep them, because it's not realistic to replace nuclear power plants by wind and solar power. And I see every day a lot of engineers recommending more and more solar and wind power plants and forgetting nuclear power plants. It's a big mistake. And now, under the Iberian framework, Portugal has a serious threat because the socialist Spanish government wants to phase out nuclear power plants. And if you have in Portugal, as my colleague, Clemente Pedro Nunes, explained you the support of the Spanish power system, and the support was created also with the contribution of nuclear power plants in Spain. So we don't have nuclear power plants in Portugal, but we have them under an Iberian framework because we are more and more integrated in an Iberian market. Portugal and Spain have now an Iberian market for electricity. So it's true that physically we don't have nuclear power plants in Portugal, but in a market point of view, we run an Iberian market. Portugal and Spain together, we run an Iberian market, and there we have nuclear power plants in our system. People forget it. So I am afraid that the socialist government want to phase out nuclear power plants, and they were crucial for our network stability, as my colleague Clemente Pedro Nunes explained you before. So don't forget nuclear power plants. We must take into account them because it's not realistic to replace nuclear power plants and to add only wind and solar powers to our power systems. This transition also aims to eliminate fossil fuels but is highly intensive in mineral resources and rare metals to power wind and solar energy, batteries, fuel cells, electric motors for battery electric vehicles, and fuel cell electric vehicles. And in general, all the electrification that we want to do. So, also here, the people forget the supply side of the minerals that we need to make this energy transition. Problems on the supply side, such as the scarcity of these mineral resources and dependence on areas of the world that we don't control, such as China, or the constraint of available space for renewables, will create a serious supply shortage, slowing down the pace of the transitions. Generally, people forget this problem, the supply side of minerals. We want to shift from an energy model that is intensive in fossil fuels, but we want to create a new energy model that is intensive in minerals that we don't control. So this is another big problem, and we will have a slowing down of this energy transition because the supply side of minerals don't accommodate a so fast energy transition. This is crucial, but people are also forgetting this dimension. So about European energy crisis. Before Ukraine invasion, the world economy, namely Europe, began to deal with the first energy crisis under the decarbonization framework. As I explained you, Europe and the United States under Biden administration invest in fossil fuels, oil, coal, and natural gas. This underinvestment was made under the political commitment I explained before, but after COVID's strong economic recovery, the world demands for fossil has increased a lot, and this creates a big shortage of fossil fuel supply. So it's easy to understand why the energy price increased dramatically, either oil, gas, or coal. Portuguese press doesn't speak about it. They suppress this problem. Portuguese opinion believes that oil, natural gas, and namely coal, the demand for this energy source is not increasing all over the world. But nowadays, even today, the demand for fossil fuels is increasing all over the world. But Portuguese press doesn't speak about it. And the Portuguese people believe that we have a wonderful new world only with renewable energy, hydrogen, and things like this. This is not true. This is a big, big mistake. So obviously, I can say that Ukraine invasion exacerbates this energy crisis and has shown the dramatic dependence from Russia of European energy system, namely huge German dependence from Russia on natural gas. Germany has made a big mistake. They gave up nuclear power stations, and they need more and more gas, more and more coal, and they are emitting more and more CO2. This is the wonderful world of German energy crisis that we have now. And as Germany is easy to understand, if Germany is the biggest European country, the problems that Germany creates, they are exported to our countries. So they create also a serious European problem on the energy side. So it was a big mistake to forget nuclear power plants. So Europe launched after the war an energy diversification strategy from Russia, namely natural gas, and tried to increase either the energy efficiency of the energy savings. Under this diversification, United States became the main liquefied natural gas exporter for Europe. So United States is now number one exporting LNG for Europe. The second one is Qatar, but the United States until now was the first. But obviously this does replace completely the natural gas from Russia. So we are facing a transition in Europe that is not easy because the United States and Qatar will supply more and more, perhaps Algeria and other countries, but it's not easy to suppress completely the supply from Russia in natural gas. Portugal, now about Portugal. Portugal needs to have again a true energy planning system. If you are speaking about economic sustainability, we need a true energy planning system with economic sustainability, not taking into account only CO2 reduction. I must emphasize that EU account only for 7% of world CO2 emissions, and Portugal account only for 0.1% of CO2 emissions. So it's crazy that Europe or Portugal alone will want to clean the world and suppress CO2. But when I see the conclusions in many energy conferences about energy transitions, I do believe they want that Europe and Portugal that want to be the leader of this transition in Europe, we will be able alone to clean the world and to suppress CO2. It's completely crazy, it doesn't make sense, but it happens every day in our country. I am not joking, this is true. Every day we see the Portuguese government, we see also many engineers and many colleagues that are delighted and they think they are able to solve CO2 world problem. We must deal with the energy surplus of renewable sources, wind and solar. We must have redundant power from classical power plants when the wind doesn't blow and sun doesn't shine. My colleague Clemente Pedro Nunes spoke about it. We have here also a problem. And we need to build under the Iberian energy system new electrical natural gas connection between Spain and France to address the Iberian energy outer sea towards Europe. We are completely, in practical terms, we are isolated from European energy markets, either electricity or natural gas. So it's an Iberian and a European problem to address this kind of interconnections. In Portugal, in the context of the energy transition with sound economic sustainability, a new government after the elections should give priority. So I give some practical recommendations, common sense. Decentralized photovoltaic solar energy for domestic industrial consumers who become prosumers. Prosumers means they are producers and consumers at the same time. So this is the decentralized approach that I suggest for solar power plants, because it's a mixed mistake what we are doing. A lot of mega projects that are an attack on biodiversity and land use planning. It doesn't make sense. It's completely crazy. The mega projects that we want to launch in Portugal when we have a better alternative. The better alternative is centralized photovoltaic solar energy, shifting consumers to prosumers. This is the intelligent way to introduce, in my opinion, solar energy in Portugal. And block the approval of projects and the self-consumption production units and renewable energy communities. Obviously, to introduce this approach, we need this kind of legislation. But it's very, very complicated, this legislation in Portugal, as it happened with many things, always a very heavy and bureaucratic approach to manage this. And I suggest that we will streamline and simplify the legislation. This is essential to run this decentralized approach. And also, we must stop the big tenders for offshore wind. My colleague explained also it. We want to launch a big investment for offshore winds. When the major players all over the world are giving up because the costs are so high that it's not possible that the consumers will pay the bill. So the major players all over the world are giving up this kind of projects, and the Portuguese government is delighted to introduce this approach in Portugal. Obviously, it does make sense. Also, in my opinion, also we want to forget these big hydrogen projects with big experimentalism, mega projects, and we need to concentrate in small demonstration projects for industrial consumers, where electrification is difficult. The hydrogen technologies, the Portuguese government is delighted to invest in. They have no technological maturity, so forget big hydrogen projects. We must concentrate in demonstration projects, mainly where are consumers that need hydrogen. Some industries, some consumers need hydrogen, so we must concentrate there the hydrogen projects, forgetting mega projects that we see Portuguese government is delighted to invest in. Completely crazy. Obviously, also boost the production of biomethane. Biomethane is non-fossil natural gas, so it makes sense. And after, boost lithium mining projects. Why? Because Portugal has the bigger European producer of lithium. We have biggest research, and we are not able to use lithium. Obviously, this is essential for our automotive cluster, because as you understand, we are shifting from thermal motor engines to electrical engines. In this transition, the electric vehicle has less components than the thermal vehicle, but has a component that is quite essential, the battery. And the battery is too heavy to transport. So it's crucial that it will be possible in Portugal to develop a value chain from batteries, from lithium to batteries to support our automotive cluster. This is a very serious economic problem because we have now in Portugal a huge automotive cluster. It's essential to support the cluster when we shift from the traditional vehicles to electrical vehicles. We need also stimulate energy efficiency among domestic industrial consumers, support municipal councils either in switching to LEDs in public lighting system. I don't understand why our municipalities didn't shift to LEDs in the public illumination. This is crucial, it's quite evident, and government forget it, is not supporting the municipalities. Also, I think it's a good idea to invest in battery electric buses to municipal vehicles. So it makes sense. And after, it's essential to remain with combined cycle gas plants, as my colleague Clemente Pedro Nunes explained before. Why? Because we have an electric system with a big component of renewable energy, and we need the power of the combined cycle gas plants when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. This is crucial, but this government forgot it. And we are now ending the operation of combined cycle gas plants, and the government forgot to accommodate the operation of this power plants. It's completely crazy, but it happens also in Portugal. And the last but not the least, under a long-term framework, we should return to real indicative economic planning in our power systems. We have the so-called National Energy and Climate Plan. I call it only National Energy and Climate Intention because it's not a plan, it's an intention from the government. It's not really a plan. And we need to shift from it to a real indicative economic planning in our power system to take into account the economic dimension of the investment in power plants in Portugal. So, short and common sense recommendation for the next government. I do hope that they will do a better job than the actual government. Thank you very much.
And we move now to the final talk of this part, Dr. Marlene Kanga. She's the former president from 17 to 19 of the World Federation of Engineer Organizations, this one, with 100 plus national continental members, representing 30 million plus engineers. She was the 2013 National President of Engineers Australia. But mainly, I would say mainly, to my point of view, she's an outstanding leader of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, organizations in Australia and internationally, and an officer of the Order of Australia, a national honor for distinguished services to engineering as a global leader and role model to women. And she's a chemical engineer. So please, the floor is yours for the last talk.
Yes, I'm really pleased to join the other two chemical engineers here this afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to talk about energy. Obviously, we know nothing about the topic. I'm going to talk, hope my presentation comes up here. I'm going to talk about my day job. I'm president of World Federation of Engineering Organizations, the past president. That's my night job, and the work that I did on the hackathon that you saw this morning is all stuff I do at night. But my day job is I sit on various boards, and one of them is Endeavour Energy, and I'm going to talk about the energy transition there. I happen to be the only engineer on the board, and they've never had an engineer on the board before I arrived. I saw things straight away on day one, which they didn't see. There was a blind spot, and I've been trying to talk about things engineering with them since that time. So this is just my bio. For those who don't know the World Federation, this is our member map, and very proud to have Order of Engineers Portugal as a member. You can see our global representation there. And of course, our commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals and advancing them through engineering, which is what World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development is all about. I'm also going to reflect on the United Nations Global Sustainable Development Report that was released in 2019. And they showed that science and engineering was one of 4 levers to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. And there were 6 pathways, of which one was urban and peri-urban environments, or in other words, cities. So you see here the 4 levers and the 6 pathways, and at that intersection are cities. So I'm going to talk about the role of cities and the importance of advancing sustainable development for energy in a city, and the case study being Sydney, where I live. So here then is a map of the Endeavour Energy, which is a we don't generate energy. The organization is a distributor and so runs large transmission networks across mainly Western Sydney. So you see here on the map on the left, if it works, is all the states in Australia, and the orange area is the state of New South Wales, where Sydney is based. And you see on the right the map, which shows the area of operation of Endeavour Energy, and you can see Sydney in the grey there. And there are two other providers for Sydney, but Endeavour Energy is on the western side. This is an area of huge growth. This area also is where the new Western Sydney International Airport is being built and will start operating next year in 2025, and is slated to be one of the biggest airports in the world in another 20 years. And you can see the big region, which includes some satellite cities like Wollongong, which has a population less than 1 million at the moment, but set to grow. And this area is basically a greenfield site where there's going to be a population growth of around 3 million in the next 10 years. So very fast-growing area. So currently, Endeavour has 2.6 million engineers, 2.6 million customers, and a large proportion of those are pro-consumers with solar rooftop energy generation. There's been a huge explosion in response to high energy prices, the installation of solar PV, and many have batteries which they store and also for their own use, but also put back into the grid. So here again is Endeavour Energy by the numbers, 2.6 million customers, 207 substations, and you can see the 430,000 power poles. So in Sydney, we don't have a lot of underground, we have a lot of above ground power poles. One of the big risks is bushfires. So every summer we are prone to bushfires. So having vegetation management is very important for that. And we also have a lot of new industry coming in as well. And we have an absolute commitment to sustainable development. And here we have, I'm showing Scott Ryan, who's basically the asset manager and is also responsible for grid transmission and the commitment to sustainable development. I'm going to talk about the work that Endeavour Energy is doing and how the organization is navigating the social, political environment here and the risks that presents in addition to the technology challenges. And you can see down the bottom, this is a picture of the rural area where we are going to be building the transmission network. So this is green farms. And this is a pictorial representation of the transmission networks. And this gives you an insight into the kind of negative pressure the organization is facing from farmers and people in rural areas who do not want to see this come, and basically for the benefit of what they see as people in the cities. So here is Endeavour Energy's commitment to sustainable development, and they're very conscious about addressing climate change, managing biodiversity, especially as I mentioned, there's vegetation management, looking at reducing waste with the circular economy, and there's some targets there for waste management, and also looking at well-being and health of staff, inclusion, diversity and inclusion, and energy resilience. The organization has achieved a 5-star rating in the Global Real Estate Sustainability benchmark. And I've shown here an example. This is not what Endeavour rated itself, but it's an example of what's involved in this benchmark, and it starts with leadership, for sustainability, policies, reporting, risk management, stakeholder engagement, managing air pollution, water, waste, biodiversity, etc. And there is a customer council, which has representatives from various customer groups that we engage with on a regular basis to help inform these policies. And Endeavour Energy is ranked in the top 5% of global GRESB respondents, ranked 27th out of 649 infrastructure assets owners worldwide, and second out of 8 participating electricity distribution companies. So quite an impressive list of credentials. And there's an absolute commitment to sustainable development among the staff as well. And here you can see the plan, and in fact, Endeavour is ahead of the plan. So basically looking at renewable energy sources, looking at reducing the customer the footprint, reducing waste, and commitment eventually to being climate positive, that is, with vegetation, planting more trees, reducing waste, and looking at renewable sources, reducing that carbon, not just to net zero, but to climate positive. So with this background of Endeavour's great aspirations to sustainability comes also the other side, which is the government and its policies. So the state government of New South Wales, where Endeavour operates, has a roadmap for energy. And Australia has large amounts of coal. In fact, we have enough coal to keep us going for the next 300 years. And we have enough gas, in fact, to keep us going for another 300 years, especially under Sydney, in the Sydney Basin. So it's a really tough decision to give up coal and gas because it's so easy to just dig it up out of the ground. But the government's committed to closing down coal-fired power stations. Many are more than 40 years old and beyond end of life anyway. So these power stations are closing down. And as we've heard from previous speakers, we're losing that grid stability as we move towards renewables. So we also need to look at where these solar and wind farms are going to go. And I'll talk about where that is. But also, Australia is a very large country. And so to get that electricity to the major capital cities, we need some 11,000 kilometers of transmission networks. It's a huge job. And it's not just a matter of the funding and finance to build it, but it's also the people, the skills. Because these transmission networks were built some 40 or 50 years ago, and we actually don't have the people with the skills to build these networks. They just aren't there. There aren't people with the experience to design them and to build them and so on, and to maintain them. So this is a huge skills gap that we're facing. And then, of course, as already the previous speakers have said, we need new storage and firming power to stabilize the grid and ensure reliability when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. So it's the same issue that we are facing in New South Wales. So the roadmap from the state of New South Wales attempts to bring together all the players. So at the top you've got here the energy generators, the coal-fired power stations, the solar farms, the wind farms. Here you have the network operators, which includes, in fact, Endeavour Energy. And then you have the retail distribution businesses on the right. In New South Wales, we have policymakers which include what's called the consumer trustee, which is basically custodians of pricing to ensure that prices are kept as low as possible. We have Energy Co, which is responsible for designing the system, and the regulator, which is responsible for setting prices and therefore the returns that investors get when they invest in these new projects. These are appointed by the minister, the state minister for energy. And then we have, of course, a number of advisory bodies, including the Employment Purpose Committee the Energy Security Target Monitor, the Renewable Energy Sector Board, and the Infrastructure Jobs Advocate. We have, at the moment, we have a left-wing Labour government, so you can see a lot of these, coming from their constituency as well. But you can see it's a very, very complex mix of stakeholders. And then finally here you've got retailers and consumers, and then you've got the financial trustees and how it's actually going to be funded. In addition to the roadmap, the state government has identified where the best locations are for wind and solar. So these green areas in the state of New South Wales show you the best locations for wind energy. And you'll see that actually they overlap, there's significant overlap with the best locations for solar energy. So, and this tends to be the higher areas, so it's not coastal, so the elevated areas, and so they're seen as being good corridors for solar energy. And the blue lines are existing transmission lines, so you can see the additional lines that are going to have to be built to enable these wind and solar farms to access the grid eventually and supply Sydney, which is the biggest source of customers for these investors. So again, the state government has developed a complex system of regulations and legislations to manage the establishment of what is called renewable energy zones. So these zones are areas which are considered suitable for wind and solar. There are 5 zones identified, and I will show you the map shortly. So here we've got, first of all, the system planning, which has already occurred. Then we've got the options and the 5 zones that have been identified. And then they called for bids for these zones, for one of them, which I'm going to talk about, the first one, which is called Central West Orana, or CWO. After the bids, they assess the bids, and they then say, okay, we'll authorize you. So Endeavour Energy was ranked first, but not officially endorsed as the winner. We were just ranked first. And this went on for more than 12 months. Finally, commitment deed was signed on the 18th of December 2023, where it was officialized that Endeavour Energy could build those transmission lines. Now we have to go further with further contracts. There's a list of some 26 contracts to be signed with the government and other parties. And we also, there's also a player there that will make a revenue determination, which is the prices, that will fix the prices before we can go ahead and start to transmit that electricity. Meanwhile, the solar and wind farms are also being approved and being developed. So you can see the complexity in the system and the delays that are being built in. It seems that things only happen just before Christmas. So at the moment, we have some dates that have been delayed from July 24 to September 24. We think it's going to be December 24, again, a Christmas sign. So here then are the 5 renewable energy zones, these gray areas. And you can, if you recall the map I showed before, it's the areas which are identified as having good solar and wind energy. And this is the Central West Orana Renewable Energy Zone. This is the first one that's been approved. You can see here the town of Dubbo, which is quite a small town, and here is Sydney. And so this is the area where Endeavour Energy operates. And so this electricity has been brought on transmission lines from this zone to Sydney, including the new Western Sydney Airport. And here again is an expanded view of the Central West Orana zone. And I'd like to point out to you some small towns. You can see Gulgog and so on, which are very small. And I'll show you some photos of what those little towns look like. So this is a very rich agricultural area. It has lots of farming, lots of sheep and cows grazing, and some fruit farms, etc. Again, here you can see the town of Orange, very small here, and you can see the forested areas here, this thick green forest, and you can see some solar farms already identified on the map. So here's the signing on the 18th of December, and there's me sitting there. We have a partnership with 2 Spanish companies. So a new company, Ace Res, has been formed. Acciona and Grupo Cobra have joined with Endeavour Energy with 1/3 ownership each to form this Ace Res company, which ACE, taking the first letters of the 3 partners, to develop and operate this network for the next 35 years. So this was a very complicated process. We actually signed this with DocuSign. It was quite exciting because it went round the world. The people on the screen at the top are in Madrid, the Cobra and Acciona, and it went in sequence and took something like 20 minutes for each document. We had a number of documents to sign. So that's why we've got our laptops there, because it came in the laptop, you had to sign and went off, and you could see who had signed when. First time that they'd done it that way, and it saved people traveling. So I suppose it was a sustainable approach there. So here you see here again a greater detail of the network and the existing farms. The green areas are existing farms. I've circled the little town of Gulgong and Wellington. So Wellington is shown here. There's an existing substation in Wellington. You can see it's also rural. There's not a house in sight. And this is farmland that's owned by maybe a couple of farmers that own this land. So you can see the farmers are not very happy about it. It's a very rural area, and they don't want their way of life disrupted. So you see here that we formed the Ace Res partnership will design, build, operate the transmission network, and it's the first renewable energy zone. It'll enable generators such as solar and wind farms and energy storage providers in the renewable energy zone to connect to the grid. It's a 6-megawatt system. We started off when we first got nominated as the winners with 3 megawatts. And when we signed, that's the time when the minister announced it's not 3, it's going to be 6. Nice, so just have to double the design. This will provide a reliable source of clean, affordable electricity, of course, and meet the state government's newly legislated net zero target. So like Portugal, very committed to net zero and so on. We have more than 300 engineers working on this project in Sydney at the moment, just in the early design stages. And of course, it's going to grow further. So here's a little bit about Acciona. We have Acciona building something across the road. They're a well-known constructing company. In Australia, they're actually building the airside facilities, that is the runway, which is already laid down for the new Sydney International Airport. And they did the metro, Sydney Metro as well. So they're very well established. Cobra this will be Cobra's first project. They're very well experienced in Europe. So again, because recognizing the lack of skills in Australia, we're coming to Europe and accessing the skills from Spain. This is the town of Gulgong. I had pointed that out to you previously. They don't even have a traffic light. Yeah. So you can see, again, the rural areas and the pressure there is. And here, again, is a visual of what a solar farm might look like in this very rural area. And so it gives you an idea that despite the benefits for health, education, and other services and increase in population, people just don't want it. This is another small town that's going to be affected. Again, you see no traffic lights. And so again, the disruption for schools, housing, jobs, etc., they see that as being more significant. than the economic and social benefits. So here again, I've listed some of the benefits there. I know I'm running out of time, but you can see again a visual of the transmission lines in the rural areas, and this is what people are very much against, including also noise and vibration during construction. The increase in jobs during construction is also going to be significant, as shown in this graph. But again, we have a difficult job ahead to convince the population. I just want to talk quickly about Endeavour using other technologies for sustainable development, such as drones for power line inspections, and also using batteries for firming power in remote areas. This is the first one that we've installed in a beautiful little place called Bawley Point. You can see all the beaches. It's very, very remote, just 250 kilometers south of Sydney. It's the first one. So it's a community battery. So people generate rooftop solar and share the power that's share the storage in the community battery for their general use. So Bawley Point is up here. And the other big area is we're putting in batteries in substations wherever we have spare land, again for firming power and to stabilize the grid. And of course, diversity and inclusion. This year, we had 50% women apprentices in electricity trade, so we're very committed to diversity and inclusion. And finally, sustainability bonds. So this, a lot of the funding is coming from bonds where performance to sustainable development markers reduce the interest rate by a few points, and we raised a landmark nearly $1 billion with the sustainability bond. So that's my conclusion. A last slide showing the impact of engineering on each of these sustainable development goals. Thank you.
So, many thanks, Dr. Marlene Kanga. This is the end of this first part. We have now a break. I was informed by the organization that considering there is a small sliding of time, next section will start at 4:45 sharp. Please be here at 4:45 so to see if we are able to finish in time. Thank you very much to the speakers and to the audience here and elsewhere in the world.
How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering.
again to World Engineering Day. Now here with me is José Vieira, World Federation of Engineering Organizations immediate past president. Hi, in your opinion, what are the main drivers of the energy transition?
Well, we have a very serious problem in climate change consequences, and we must avoid or at least reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases. So these emissions are very related to the sources of energy that we have now, mainly coal, oil, and we must face this problem, changing the sources of energy, mainly what we say about the transition from coal and from oil to another sources of energy, renewable energies. This is the problem.
How urgent is transformation energy systems to be more reliable and resilient?
Yes, we have this problem now because our technology is developing a new renewable sources of energy, and these renewable sources are mainly intermittent, mainly solar energy or wind energy. So we have these kind of sources of energy when we have wind, when we have sun, and the industrial production and the common consumption rely on some continuity of supply of energy. So these are a big problem, and of course we have other sources that are more permanent, like hydro energy, hydropower energy, or nuclear energy, and so this is the main, I'd say, challenges for engineering and engineers to solve this problem of the basic problem that is the climate change consequences of our planet.
Thank you very much.
Está okay? Respondi bem?
Now we have Luís Mira Amaral, former Portuguese Minister of Industry and Energy, Portugal. Tell me, what are the main costs of the energy transition?
Well, we must take into account that we have an economic dimension of the energy transition, and sometimes people are delighted to speak about energy transition, and then they forget the costs of this transition. This is a huge challenge. It's not an easy transition, and I feel that, namely in Europe and the United States, this transition is conducted by political power, not taking into account economic realities. So we have made big mistakes in such an energy transition, and this will have high social and economic costs. So in my explanation, I tried to explain the economic sustainability of the energy transition. Explain that we cannot only have an engineered approach. We are engineers, but we cannot forget the economic costs of the energy transition.
It's well known that electric cars are expensive and Portuguese people don't have financial capacity to buy them. How can we solve this problem and balance the industrial advancement with this issue?
Well, this is a crucial point because Portugal is not the most developed country inside the EU, so we must take into account the economic costs for the people for the families and for the economy, namely for small and medium enterprise. Sometimes they don't have the money to invest heavily in the energy transition. So we must take care about it, and the government must support many times this energy transition. And the government has a lot of European structural funds to finance the energy transition. So I don't say that we have a huge financial problem, because happily for Portugal, we have a lot of money from EU structural funds that can finance this energy transition. But if we are not inside the EU, and if you don't have the money from European Union to finance our economy, it would be quite impossible to finance this energy transition.
Thank you very much. And now I am talking to Seng Huan Tan, World Federation of Engineering Organizations President-elect from Singapore. Hi, what type of inheritance do you think you will inherit in this position?
I think it's to encourage more younger generations to come into engineering. I think always a global problem. So I think that is during the periods we will try to get more young engineers. Yeah.
How do you evaluate the country's strategic considerations for the carbonization policies in energy systems in general and in our own country?
I think we are going into all renewable, and we're getting more technology to improve the renewable energies productions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Now with me is Marilyn Vaiani, Secretary General, Conseil Français de l'Énergie, France. Your country invested strongly in nuclear energy. What caused your autonomy in this matter? Can you please explain what was done in this investment?
Sorry. So for France, nuclear energy has always been a strategic energy. Currently, we are operating a huge park of nuclear power plant, but we are also investing on two kinds of reactors. Small modular reactors, and there are a lot of small startups, but also a company created from EDF, which is Renewable, and there is also a big massive power plant, nuclear power plant, which are called EPR. And we are developing it in China. There is also the technology plant in Finland, and also, of course, in France.
What are the next main goals in France for this energy matter?
We would like to develop more nuclear power plant, because the need of electricity, low carbon electricity, flexible electricity is huge. And of course in France, but also in Europe. And that's why we need to accelerate and to develop more of that.
Thank you very much. So it's all for now. Thank you.
Well, hello again. Good afternoon. I'm here with a Portuguese engineer, a woman, and she's Lídia Santiago, Vice President of the Portuguese Engineers Association. And tell me, Lídia, hello, good afternoon. How has the Association of Engineers supported women's participation in engineering since the beginning, because you're here for several years, and till now?
Okay, good afternoon. I am Vice President after 2019, and before I was in 2018. I made here for the first time an event of women engineers of UNESCO, International Network Women Engineers and Scientists. And in the 8th March 2018, I had here women engineers from all Europe. And it was the first event of women. After that, I was Vice President in 2019. And now, in this mandate, we had created the committee, the women's committee for the equality of gender, and also our president, when he had candidated, he had submitted to 2024. To be the year of the gender equality. And we have 3 events in Portugal. The first one is in Coimbra on 21st March. The second one is 21st June in Porto. And finally in October, and 17 October, we have here in Lisbon.
It's a great work. Congratulations.
Not only, but in 2022, we had submitted our candidate to have in Portugal the 16th encounter of women engineers, Ibero-American women engineers, architects, and agrimensors, that are the geographical engineers. And we had gained, we came back to Portugal this encounter. Then in November, between 18 and 21st November, in Laboratório Nacional de Engenharia Civil, LENEC, we expect to have 500 people. It's an international congress, but speak in Spanish. And we wait to have here men and women of 27 or 28 countries, because we invite also the people of Cabo Verde, Angola, Mozambique, Brazil, because the event was only the South America, but Spanish South America. And now we grounded it to be also with the Portuguese language.
It's a long list, and thank you so much for your work. What's the importance of the World Engineering Day happening in Portugal for you?
It's important in all the world, because the work of the engineers, it's not visible. The women are not visible, and the men also. Because when I go to the schools, I search always, I quest always to the pupils. Who is not consumer? And the pupils are very intelligent, because nobody say anything. They know very well that they are consumers. And is that engineer is always with consumer. All what we consumer is engineer. Then to give knowledge to the engineer and the engineers is very good for the society, because the people, the society, doesn't know which is the role of the engineers. The society doesn't know, and the political people doesn't want to know, because they decide things only, political decisions, and not technical decisions. And sometimes, and we see all the world, the political decisions sometimes are not the best, but it's so.
Thank you so much, Lydia. Very straight to the point. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I'm here with Enyonam from Ghana. She's a Ghana engineer. And at first, I would like to know, I think it would be very interesting to know if you face the same problems in Ghana that we face in Portugal, because we have a lot of lack of labor here. Is it the same in Ghana?
Oh, for Ghana, what we are experiencing is also the switch transition to the sustainable and renewable energy sources. And when it comes to labor, we have a lot of skilled labor. It's just that we don't have much employment. And so that is one of our challenges. But in this conference, I came in with 5 female engineers. We are representing the Ghana Institution of Engineering, and I've also recently taken up a position as the Women in Engineering Chair for the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. And so we believe that engineering solutions that will provide provide a sustainable world is based on gender equality, inclusivity, and then diversity as well. And so as the Women in Engineering Committee Chair, we have a number of strategic initiatives that we are taking to be able to provide a sustainable world, making sure that we don't leave anyone behind. And one of the initiatives we are doing is to make sure that we generate interest, we promote female in engineering, and we are catching the young ones through a competition that we are doing. It's called the Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts and Mathematics competition. It started at the African level. We are looking at it globally, where we catch them young, we get them to get involved in competitions towards addressing climate change issues in the world. And so we have targeted catching the children young right from the ages 5 years, and they have been coming up with competitive solutions, and we have been giving them awards as well. This is to generate engineering in them, generate their interest in science, engineering, mathematics at the younger level, so we could close up the gender gap in engineering. And so those are some of the initiatives we are also taking up. Also, one major thing that we are also facing as women in engineering is to retain the females in the engineering sector. Because of the difficulties in the working environment, most of them study engineering and then they go out to other fields. And so we have come up with a certain initiative that we are expanding globally. And one of those initiatives is to recognize their achievements and to showcase their achievements through the organization of initiatives such as Shiro. So every female that has achieved something the first time is recognized. And also every female that is an influential female engineer is also recognized as well. We are also working with the female engineering students and the young engineering female students to make sure that they participate in the WAFIO Hackathon so that they can also, it can generate their interest in innovation, and then we can produce a sustainable world that covers everyone, takes the perspective of women into consideration to solve our problems in the world. And so that is what we are trying to do.
Oh, and that's a lot of work there.
A lot of work.
Thank you.
So my role here is to make sure that I'm actually putting all the females together. You saw us, we just took a picture. We've created a platform where we can engage with each other so that at the world level, everyone leaves this conference going to make sure that they can make an impact in their various countries.
And I'm sure they are going to. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I'm glad to introduce you to another woman, and this time she's a Portuguese student. She studies engineering, and I'm very curious to know what she has to say about this conference today, because you are still a student. Why did you come here? What are the conference interesting for you, all the participants?
First of all, good afternoon to you all. I came here for several reasons, namely my thesis, which is based on the sustainability theme. And I'm studying the social responsibility in mechanical engineering, which is my specialty. So based on that, I decided to explore even more, and learn with several experiences, since we have several guests from all around the world. So I guess that...
Can you introduce yourself, because you're still young. I want to know your name, would like to know your name, and what kind of engineering do you study?
Yes, so I'm Catarina. I'm in my final year of mechanical engineering. Inside mechanical engineering, I study materials and manufacturing. And I'm at the moment doing my dissertation in the matter I said before.
From your experience, do you have many female students as you are, many colleagues?
The numbers have been increasing, of course. 5 years ago, when I entered, we were 120, the total, and we were only 30, 40 girls. But with the years passing by, it's getting better. So I'm all for women in STEM.
So thank you, Katerina. Good luck. Thank you. So my fourth guest, she's also a woman. I'm very happy about that. Welcome, Mariana.
Thank you very much.
You are a member of the Portuguese engineering order and also in Angola.
Yes, I started in Portuguese order, then I moved to Angola order. I'm in both orders.
Okay, and is it very different to work in Angola in the engineering area and here in Portugal?
I couldn't say that because I'm working in Portugal. I haven't started working in Angola, but it's a bit different in terms of engineering because in Angola it's more about the after project, and here we do actually engineering. In Angola it's more a consent project.
And how do you find this conference today? Do you think it's interesting for you?
I'm delighted to be part of this because I want to be part of education engineer, women engineer. So it's amazing to be here actually.
This is our year. How would you captivate other women to be here and study engineering? Because the numbers are increasing, but we still need more women here working in engineering, this area.
I have been thinking about that. Maybe I will start with girls who likes mathematics, physics, chemics, and maybe who likes to innovate, to start new things. I've been thinking about it, but I don't know yet how to do it, but I think about it.
What are your main worries now in this area?
Education, education, yes. And traffic, road engineer, because it's my area, and I want to do that in Angola. I want to be part of the team who will do the studies for traffic engineer in Angola.
Thank you, Ariana. Thank you. We're back to the conference now.
Okay, dear colleagues, good afternoon. We are in the sharp hour, a little bit late. Let's begin the second part of our conference day. I hope that your attention is still alive and full of energy, renewable energy. I will call our colleague engineer Ania Lopez, is the WFEO Executive Vice President and also member representative of Consiglio Nazionale degli Ingegneri Italy. Ania Lopez has a double degree in mechanical engineering in Cuba and Italy. She is a consultant as project manager for energy engineer for the European project Next Generation EU in the authorization processes for all renewable energy plants in the Lazio region, Italy. From 2020, she has been chair of the WFEO Awards Committee and member of the committee's support and review working group. Since 2013, she was the delegate of the Italian National Council of Engineers, CNI, at the WFEO, an active member in the committees on women and energy. From 2011 to 2022, she was member of CNI, Ministry of Justice, and of the Foundation Board of the National Council of Engineers. She will take the floor to talk about challenge of renewable energy for sustainable agriculture regarding the SDG of the 2030 agenda. Please.
Thank you for the organization, for the Ordem dos Engenheiros of Portugal, WFEO, the president, past president, and the colleagues present in the room. The title of my presentation is The Challenge of Renewable Energy for Sustainable Agriculture regarding SDG of Agenda. And I would like to divide in 3 parts. I respect the rules. First, announce of the professor, because I would like to introduce the information about renewable energy. Okay, this is the introduce. I would like in the first part the typical of renewable energy use in agriculture, an overview of agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals, like of agriculture sector, importance of renewable energy to achieve sustainable agriculture, the challenge of engineer in the agriculture sector. In this case, this question, first probably is better this. Okay, no, it's the same. I would like to have a question and organize a challenge of idea. And the third, I would like to show the best practice, Italian best practice in agrivoltaico. This is a system created for Italian country, okay? Beginning. This is a background on the renewable energy you know very well, the solar energy, wind energy, biomass. The source is Operation Park of wind farm in Italy, in Sardinia. And the first is the largest photovoltaic park in Italy, in Foia, in the south of Italy. Biomass, this is the electrical or thermal energy from Gudi and in Cuneo, north of Italy. The other is hydropower. This is the Centino Sassoferrato Macerata, the center of Italy. And the last, geothermal energy, Lardello Geothermal Power Plant in Toscana. This is a very important region for geothermal in Italy. The next is the importance of renewable energy achieved to sustainable agriculture. This is 2, 7, and 30 and life on land. This is the most important and the idea with relationship with agriculture and put for what is the relationship engineer, agriculture, and sustainable energy. This is the second part, the most important challenge. I would like to have a question, the most important question. Now, what may be the challenge of engineering in the agriculture sector? This is my research of the university. I continue to study at university. And now I have a study and research with sustainable and specific in different sector relationship with agriculture. And the challenge today, very quickly, I would like speak about the idea and focus with technology adaptation, resource constraint, climate change, environmental sustainability, infrastructure development, mechanization and labor issues, data management and digitalization, policy and regulation, and socioeconomic factor. The point of view of engineering. The first, this is a lot of information, but I would like to concentrate the information with the University of Vienna. This is the slide that presents a study where the company challenge of agricultural plan with the reduced water, pesticide, energy, and increased greater adaptation and climate change, and maintain soil health and greater increase of crop and through the objective of agenda. This is a photo with a technology, and this is the model of agri-food sector and carbon footprint. This is the concept. This is a point of view what encourage farming and the point of view of engineer. Engineer must design technology that are use-friendly, affordable, and adapting to local conditions to facilitate adaptation. The second is challenge resource constraint. This is a particular, in this case, Agriculture engineer projects often operate in resource-constrained environmental where access to material, equipment, and skilled labor may be limited. Okay? In this case, the engineer must find innovation solution. This is the example. For example, this is in this case, the sample with FAO will coordinate in different areas of the region. Will coordinate agriculture and social intervention to study conducted by European. The second, which reveal quantity of food withdraws every year, and who make company, for example, Orange Fever Ferragamo. Ferragamo, this is the most important company of the fashion in Italy, and use the orange peel, okay? The waste food reuse, again, for produce outfit in this case. Third, this terrible situation, climate change, and environmental sustainability, okay? The climate change poses significant challenge to agricultural system, including unpredictable weather patterns, water scarcity, and land degradation, and included period to intense drought and landslide. What the engineer have? This is a real photo to Italy, Venice, Tuscany, and Milan. And the last, this is a map of Italy, but the company to the ISPRA, this is the organization to the government, that have analyzed the map, will find the landslide area, will deeper with color, and different color. The green and our color, green color is Po Valley, okay? This is the, you analyze the map, this is a terrible situation, okay? The engineer must develop a resilient technology and practice the mitigation climate risk, preserve a natural resource and minimize the environmental impact with a period monitoring and control action on the state of the area most prone to landslide, avoiding illegal construction in unsustainable area and high risk of dismantling and create natural barrier to contain it. The next is challenge to infrastructure develop. In this case, and I would like to show two different situations. The first is present the Italian reality famous and produce the sugar almonds. This is confetti in Italian. This is very famous for a party and wedding. And this is this production use a green production and use renewable energy, and environmental impact is very, very reduced in the process. And in this case, why the future worker and startups are game change on sustainable cares and show a different point of view in Braga sustainable care choice, sustainable agriculture and food system for analyze a different step for analyze the infrastructure and develop. The engineer play a crucial role in design and implementing infrastructure projects that improve access to markets, input and service for farmers. The other is mechanization and labor issues. I showed a different photo for biophysical, economic, and sustainable, and the mechanization. But the problem in this case is that the mechanization in agriculture is useful tools of sustainable development, but with the an hours agriculture by coal consume fuel. And trying to reduce the environmental pollution, this is a bigger problem, and it's necessary to introduce a new technique. And agricultural mechanization explained, this is the research, and I put the source and what is the effect of the employees, the effect of the activity and efficiency and income distribution and environmental impact. I think that the engineer must balance benefits and mechanisms. There is a growing concern about the displacement of rural labor and impact on livelihood. This is very important to smart farming, the data management and digitalization. This is a challenge. The agriculture sector is increasing reliant on data-driven technology, such as precision agriculture, remote sensing, and digital platform. And you use different instruments, and engineers face a challenge to release the data collection, management, and analyze, as well as concern about data privacy. Privacy, this is a very important concept, and security for increase and put the different sector that develop the smart farming, sensing technology, software application, and communication with the system, telematic position technology, hardware and software system, and data analyze solution. This is a policy and regulation. I would like to put with example of a community European and the agriculture engineer project as subject and complex regulatory and environmental can vary widely between region and country. This is a sample and the document the future European Union agricultural policy. And this is very interesting, the subdivision and analyze what is a different position. The agriculture engineering perspective and subject to complex regulatory environmental that I can vary widely between different areas in the same country. For example, Italy, north or south is very different. And the Commission Agriculture and Policy 2023-27 has adopting a set proposal to make a European climate, energy, transport and taxation policy for reduce the greenhouse. This is very important by emission 2030. The last, this is a socioeconomic factor, the engagement cycle, economy circulate, and talk about with the people, with the farmer, with the company. This is very important. When I remember when I say, when the presentation of Canada, you remember Canada, the Agenda 2030, the master and the course, and show when the professor students talk about with the people and the country for develop together with a strategy. This is very important. In Italia, this is the example with a slow food. This is a global movement which activities organize and discuss a different thematic and create together this solution. The engineer, this is a fundamental role in this activity. Now, this is the third part. This is annual and monthly production of photovoltaic system in Italy. This activity to develop by Energy Service Manager, ESE, this is the company of the government, and you analyze an increase and the period. This is increase, and the most important period to produce is in particular July. This is the more hot in Italy, and the highest production. This is increase. But the problem now is, for example, in Italy is the aspect of architectural and environmental impact with environment. And this is the problem with authorization, because the process is very, very long process, 2 and 3 years of one process for wind park, for example. And this is terrible for the company, and it's necessary to create the balance. This is the sample in Italy information to producibility of wind power plant 2022. In different regions, the most important region in Italy of wind farm is in south of Italy, Puglia, Basilicata, Calabria, Campania, Sicily, and Sardinia. This is the most important. On increase, Puglia, this is the most important production of power of wind. This is the same company that organize and produce. This is open and in English, this information. This is in my city. It's very near Tarquinia Solar Park in Viterbo and Pianzano. This is the best practice of Italy. Is a big, important solar park and Pianzano. This is a concentrate, a lot of implantation with a wind farm in one region. But this is the most important. But it's necessary to create a map for analyze, because it's very difficult to identify, because the process for the government is very, very long. This is a conclusion, very quickly. Yes, because it's a lot of information. I would like to have the largest floating photovoltaic plant in Europe is in Portugal, in Alqueva. This is the hydroelectric dam basin. I would like to conclude with 3 important points. The first, sustainable agriculture is essential to address interconnected challenges such as hunger, poverty, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Second, by adopting sustainable practice, agriculture can become a powerful catalyst to achieve, multiply sustainable development goals, and build a more resilient, equitable future for all interdisciplinary collaboration, engineering, agronomy, and other specialization, a stakeholder involvement, an holistic approach, and economists that consider the social, economic, and environmental agriculture development. The third, the engineer play a crucial role in driving innovation and sustainable growth in agriculture sector. And I would like to conclude with a quote of Pessoa. What is distinguished people from each other is a strength, and to make it or the lot fate to do it us. It's necessary to have the difference. I would like to show the landscapes. This is a beautiful Praia da Reina. My pronunciation is not good, but the Turkish sea is beautiful. But the engineer work, okay? And understand in this photo that the role of engineer, okay? Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ania, for your message concerning technology and agriculture. Next, we have another presentation, the future of nuclear energy in Europe. I will call Engineer Pedro Sampaio Nunes, former Portuguese Secretary of State of Science and Innovation of Portugal. Pedro Sampaio Nunes is graduated in civil engineers with a specialization in energy from the Order of Engineers. He was Secretary of State of Science and Innovation of the 16th Constitutional Government of Portugal. In the European Commission, he was Director for Internet, Network Security and General Affairs, Director for Information Society Strategy, and E-Europe, Director for Conventional Energy and Director for Energy Technologies. Please, colleague, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and I was extremely pleased to see the floating PV project in Alqueva that was conceived and developed by me some 9 years ago. And after, with the change of government, it was picked, and the government decided to launch a public tender and not develop the memorandum of understanding that we have proposed to the Alqueva Dam. But it was a very nice project that shows how renewable energy can be well integrated and how we can use intermittency, so the variable nature of photovoltaic energy, to adapt to a variable use. So the problem it is when these don't match, and this is the reason and the rationale for my presentation. My presentation will be extremely facilitated because in the previous presentations of Professor Clemente Pedro Nunes, my good friend, and Professor Luís Mira Amaral, my good friend also, they present all the arguments why you should use nuclear energy. They only missed the last step of saying we must have nuclear energy also in Portugal. But I will try to do that step with some arguments. So, on these graphs, I will show you this is based on research done by the Bank of America on their recommendation for investment. They are recommending, they are saying that nuclear is now a necessity, and these show the high cost of managing renewable intermittency. How it was said already by especially Clemente Pedro Nunes. So if we can compare on the first graph the cost of nuclear, and here I'm using the cost for the United States that are considerably higher than other places in the world. And we had either carbon taxes or batteries costs in order to manage this intermittency. We will see that nuclear becomes, even for the United States, a better solution, best option than the other alternatives. Here we can see these costs, so the full cost, because normally we only consider the levelized cost of electricity. This is the normal metric that is used to compare different technologies. But if we consider now the full cost, so the cost of balancing the system, of increasing grids in order to match what I think also on the presentation of Marlene Kang, it was very clear. The resource for wind and the resource for solar exist where it's best. So in Portugal, on up hills, and for solar in Alentejo, where we have the higher radiation. So increasing or depending only on renewables, we need to extend grids in order to collect that resource, after transport it to the storage on dams, that was very well explained by Clement, and finally, grid connection also to put on the consumption. So these increase enormously the cost of the total systems, and we can see here the costs for wind and solar, either for Texas or for Germany. Texas, Germany, South Australia show us what will be the result of this policy that was inaugurated by the Germans, the energy event, that decided out of Fukushima that they should shut up, phase down their nuclear power plants and replace it by something based on all renewables. This is not feasible. Today we are verifying it's not feasible. There is no storage means, the costs are huge, and we cannot take this step when we have an option that is much more competitive, safe, and does not imply the huge footprint in terms of materials and critical materials. So these huge mining needs due to low energy density of renewables, so the first costs are due to intermittency. This is due to low density of renewables. So in order to produce one unit of energy with nuclear, we need much less materials that we need for the same amount of energy produced by renewables. So the comparison that is now studied is something like between 14 to 20 times more materials that we need for renewables than for nuclear. And for space, we need something like 100 times more space than we need for nuclear. So that's the reason why these huge amounts of materials that are needed, mining, that takes a lot of time to install and public acceptance also to be displayed, put a big question mark on all the scenarios that are being developed even for the International Energy Agency and for the European Commission that were estimating that we could achieve big decarbonization with using mainly renewables. This is being realized that is not feasible and is not cheap. So that's why we are moving for the interest, the new interest in nuclear. Let me also show something that is very interesting. On this slide, you can see the type of materials that are needed on the different technologies and who dominates today not only the extraction, if not extraction, the processing and the end products. So Europe that only represents 7% of the emissions, being Portugal only 0.1%, decided some years ago that would lead the energy green transition in order to dominate all the critical technologies. What is the result today? The result it is that where the problem will be solved, and this is mainly China, 1/3 of the emissions, Asia, 55% of the emissions, this is where it will be saved. And who's dominating all the technologies that are critical for the green transition? China. Big compliments to our colleague from China because they are dominating wind power, they are dominating solar power, they are dominating batteries, they are dominating electric vehicles. And so we can risk we were depending on Middle East for hydrocarbons in the 70s and 80s when there was the first oil shock. We could move away at the time with the big development of nuclear. I will show you the numbers. And we move after for the dependence of natural gas from Russia. We risk to depend in our friends of China on technologies, materials, and everything because they have another critical mass and they have developed a very clever strategy for dominating all these critical technologies. And they are also today dominating nuclear technology because China decided to buy the best French reactor, the best American reactor, the best Canadian reactor, and after decided to make their own homework, and today they are prepared to export a very competitive, very good, very sound, very robust nuclear reactors that they are building like no other member in no other country in the world, in China. So this is a red flag for Europe to realize if our strategy is correct. This red flag was already transformed in a cry from the industry. We have very recently, in 20 February, there was a major meeting in Antwerp with the major industry of Europe saying, stop, let's think what we must do and not continue this run against the wall. So, nuclear on the opposite, contrary to renewables, because it have this very high density of energy, the needs for minerals are much less important, even for the aim of multiplying the installed capacity at a horizon of 2050. Another sign that raise another red flag, it is with the €1 trillion invested in Germany on this energy vendor, their emissions are much higher even today than the ones of France. So we can see here that the dirtiest, Poland, that already discovered this and is now preparing, Poland has no nuclear energy, decided to enter in a very ambitious program of nuclear energy, combining conventional reactors, 1 gigawatt size, with small modular reactors that are being developed, not yet commercially available. They decided to enter on the nuclear club. But Germany is the second worst performing in terms of emissions, as Spain, and these are the champions of renewables in terms of deployment. And Portugal does not also appear very, very well on this picture against Sweden or France or other countries that have this very virtuous combination of nuclear and renewables. Nuclear for base load, renewables for variable load. This is what, for me, is the example that we must copy. And with engineers advising our government, but engineers, not politicians that say, perhaps this is a good idea because people like it. But with engineers, make the strategy that either Luís Mira Amaral and Clemente Prendonudes were requiring. We need to have a strategy well done, with serenity, but with engineers to make all the calculations and some economists also. So, moving, we can see here what I told you, and this is another sign why people are now moving a big interest for nuclear. Because in 10 years' time, after the oil shocks, France showed us that could reduce from 55% of dependence on energy, on electricity production, that was dependent 55% on fossil fuels to 10%. In 10 years' time, this is not feasible with renewables. This is only feasible with nuclear power. So this is the reason, or this is the theme for my presentation. What is the landscape today in Europe? The landscape today in Europe is basically what you can see here. The darker countries, it is where there is nuclear energy. The lighter, where there is no nuclear energy, including Germany that phase out all their 14 reactors. And here in the east, the same thing. But in the meantime, France, very recently, I would say last year, decided to take the lead, and against the policy that was decided in the beginning of the government Macron, with another minister that wanted to reduce their percentage of nuclear for 50% and abandon a lot of manpower and know-how that is essential, supply chains, to keep this fleet. They decided to make a U-turn, and now is leading an alliance with Belgium. The same happened. Belgium had a government decision to abandon nuclear energy, now recover, make the U-turn, and is recovering, is investing now again in nuclear. Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, Finland, France, Hungary, the Netherlands, Poland, Romania, Slovenia, Slovakia, Sweden, and United Kingdom as invitee, and Italy as an observer. Italy decided also to look with big interest on nuclear. And this shift also happened quite recently, and because of the pressure led by France, the Commission decided to include on their green taxonomy, so allowing investment in nuclear energy, and decided more recently to promote the European Industrial Alliance on small modular reactors. Small modular reactors are a big hope for nuclear in order to have lighter, smaller reactors that could be introduced in the grid in a more easy way. So, what are the objections normally against nuclear? The objections are, and we have listened these tens of times, the cost and the construction time. So if you will see the construction time and you evaluate all the different last reactors that were built on the last decades, we can see that was the medium of time from concrete to commercial operation is around 60 months, so 5 years. We have some big delays with a family of the French reactors of Chaux that were on the 90s because there was a problem of conception that had to be resolved. And you have also the problem with some reactors that were built in the Soviet Union when there was the problem of the fall of the Soviet Union. And here in the end, we have what is called the first of a kind in Olkiluoto in Finland that I visited with Luis Miramaral 10 years ago, and was already ready, but that was within a big legal fight between the promoter and the constructor and Flamanville. So Flamanville and Olkiluoto, because this is this very complex and very big reactor, EPR, the European Pressurized Reactor, create a bad name for nuclear because the cost overruns and the length of construction, it was really very big. But in the same time, China was building with 5 years' time, and South Korea 5 years' time. And one country that had never nuclear, that had a lot of petroleum, a lot of gas, a lot of sun, a lot of wind, the Emirates, the Arab United Emirates, decided to launch a tender for 4 reactors. And this tender was won by South Korea, with a big surprise and big disgust from the French. And the last was connected last week. So the 4th are now producing energy in the Emirates, ensuring the base load for the other sources be responsible for the variable load. So this is the way to go, in my view. If we will consider the other opposition today, that is the cost, we can see that from the last export contracts, we have here all the contracts, so Pakistan, India, China, United Emirates, Belarus, Pakistan, Turkey, Bangladesh, Hungary, Egypt, UK. The Financial Times made a synthesis of all these costs, and they arrived to the conclusions that 85% of all these new builds are below $5,500 per kilowatt electric. And 40% between these 85 are even below 3,500. So this is extremely cost competitive. And if we will use this in, let's say, a graphic that will take these costs, so from 6,000, from 2,500 to 6,000, we consider that 2,500 is the cost announced in China for instance, the Hualong 1 reactors, very, very competitive, or in South Korea for the APRs 1,400, the ones that they sold to the Emirates. So we can see that depending on the net discount rate, because these huge investments upfront are very, very dependent from the interest rate. So we can see that we are dealing with the cost of megawatt hour between 20-something, so 30 euros per megawatt hour, until 122, that is the case, for instance, of Hinkley Point C in the United Kingdom, another reactor that came always as showing the example that nuclear is not possible. This is what we listen from the critics. So we can see here that really can be extremely cost competitive, and a tender or a request for proposals or for information organized in any country could give us a very good surprise in terms of costs. So, in the other hand, we are also looking for the stability and reliability of the source of the fuel. And today for uranium, you can see that more than 50% came from very reliable sources, like, for instance, Australia, the biggest. So another very difficult problem for me to understand it is how Australia has not nuclear energy. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. You have everything. You have the everything. And Kazakhstan, Canada, China, Brazil, South Africa, Namibia, and others. So, moving to conclude my presentation, it was approved by the pressure of France and the Nuclear Alliance on the proposal from the Commission that is now already approved by the Council in trialogue with the Parliament, a regulation on a framework of measures for strengthening Europe net zero technology products manufacturing ecosystem, the Net Zero Industry Act. On this, the list of technologies is very clear said, nuclear fission energy technologies, including nuclear fuel cycle technologies. What consists this framework? This framework is this part that is speedy game procedures, licensing being much more speedy, because this is also a barrier for renewables. As it was said, licensing a renewable park can take years. I have the experience with a very, very clear, very obvious, taking 5 years to be only accepted, and also facilitating the financing. So I think that I will conclude with this last decision that was so important for the future of nuclear in Europe. This will be a strong lever to advance nuclear programs, both for conventional reactors, fast breeders, that fast breeders will open the practical, will solve the nuclear waste problems by transforming waste in new fuel. So it's absolutely incredible result from this fourth generation. I would say that France had one fast breeder, Superphénix, that was dismantled by a political decision, unfortunately, and small and medium reactors. In almost all European countries, the debate on nuclear energy has been lively and conclusive, with growing support from public opinion. Even in Portugal, we have a poll that says that in every 3 people, 2 support nuclear, even in Portugal. The same for Germany, and the same for a lot of countries. Even in Denmark and Norway, the champions of renewables, Denmark because there's a lot of wind, and Norway because there's a lot of hydro, the debate on nuclear power is ongoing. Countries without nuclear now have plans to install it, such as Poland and Italy, and because I see that we have some friends from Africa, the International Atomic Energy Agency is collaborating with 21 countries of Africa in order to bring nuclear to Africa. This is not exclusive of the Western world. This is energy for the world. So, countries that have decided to stop or freeze nuclear power has decided to increase their use of this energy, such as Sweden, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, and United Kingdom. Finally, countries where the current government resists and intend to maintain the current policy of all renewables, such as Germany and Spain, will see their policies change when the opposition takes office. The opposition announced already that they will change because this is a completely absurd policy. Only countries like Austria, Portugal, and Luxembourg maintain a taboo on the subject. In Portugal, for the first time, some parties, some political parties, have included in their electoral programs the need to study this option. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your brilliant argumentation for supporting the nuclear plants, power plants. Thank you. Now we have another communication called Adjust Transitions to Sustainable Energy and a Net Zero Future in Emerging Markets, the Case of Africa. I will call Mr. Engineer Martin Manua, WFEO Committee of Engineering, Capacity Building Chair, and ZAIDG, Consulting Engineers, Zimbabwe. Engineer Martin Manua is an electrical and energy consultant engineer and is currently the Managing Director of Zimbabwe Africa Infrastructure Development Group, ZAIDG, a company that specializes in engineering procurement and construction management. Martin teaches part-time engineer graduate students at the Zimbabwe National Defense University and has taught MBAs and MBLs at the University of Zimbabwe and Bindura University of Science Education, respectively. He is the past president of the Southern African Federation of Engineering Organizations, SAFEO, and the Zimbabwe Institution of Engineers, ZIE. He is the immediate past president of the Federation of African Engineer Organizations. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the generous introduction. I think this is a very interesting time, as most of us have been here all morning. So I will try by all means to do justice. I would like to invite all of you to Africa. The next time we are in Rwanda for the WFEO council meetings. Come and enjoy the hospitality. And when you come to Africa, please pass by the great Victoria Falls, because if you have never been to Victoria Falls, you have never been anywhere. That's what they say. So thank you so much. I had to make my points 11 so that they represent a football team, because I am an admirer of Ronaldo. So 11, number 7, net zero carbon neutrality is Ronaldo's jersey. Now into business. What is your carbon footprint? I want you all to remember that objects, as they appear on the view, on your mirror, they are closer than they really appear. So the dangers of climate change and the risk is just behind us. So I will contextualize my discussion into our African context. Yes, Africa is bursting with possibilities, and it's endowed with natural resources. My friends from DR Congo, with the Inca 1 to 3, can supply electricity that will be used for the rest of, for all of Europe and Africa. Just the hydro system, if they are developed. My friend Gustav, you can confirm this. And there are many other sources that we have. And we have 40% of the global reserves of key minerals for batteries and hydrogen technologies. Lithium, all those, cobalt, all those are in there. Africa, according to His Excellency, the President of Kenya, President Ruto, he says Africa is demonstrated that climate change, energy access, poverty, development, and conflict are tightly connected and are different dimensions of the same phenomenon. He further says he believes by becoming more assertive and pursuing a climate and development agenda through unified approaches, Africa will be able to mitigate the climate emergency and propel itself to prosperity. Wise words indeed. As an introduction, it has been demonstrated since morning that energy is crucial for all life and quality of life as we know it. Again, it is important for the development of all countries. Therefore, I'm not disputing that net zero transitional pathways for Africa are important, but we are saying they should reflect local resources, viable development pathways, and other local specific requirements. Why am I saying this? It's because most of the countries advocating net zero are from the global developed West. And it's important that, of course, scenarios differ. You will see that our emission levels as we go into the presentation in Africa, estimated by the IRENA group, they are between 3 to about 3.8%, 3.5%. And I'm also seeing Europe is low, 7%. But there's a group of 4, China, India, Russia, well, what's the 4th one? And the United States. They're at 55%. Yeah, so the rest of the world share the remaining 30 or so. So it's a very good context that we need to consider. You will see as we conclude what we propose. Again, the SDGs, especially Goal 7, must be respected, and as Africa, we are keen to also follow the renewable energy pathways. I will also discuss how the micro nuclear grids can also assist African countries to gain that energy requirement that we need so much. Again, like I said, the earlier phase of the net zero initiative is in developed countries focused on enhancing economic performance and decommissioning thermal stations due to the carbon emissions regulations. Previous speaker has just read one. But some countries in Africa have nothing to decommission at the moment, because you see the electricity penetration is at 20%, 40%. So it's sub-Saharan Africa especially. So I'll give that context. It is against this background that Africa has this abundance in unutilized energy resources, and is the smallest share, like I said. I've already discussed the big 4, and Africa, with 54 countries, is estimated at 3 to 3.8%. So we are still energy poor, and as such, we need to make energy access while also considering and balancing the climate change actions. If you recall my quote from President William Ruto, that let us ensure that we intertwine how we then develop just pathways that also address those that will not, like President Mashatile of South Africa, Deputy President, said that we cannot transition in darkness. We have to build something and then transition. But then again, that is debatable. I will also look at what is it that we looked at the 54 African countries, and the following policies are giving some of good energy practices. These are climate change mitigation and adaptation systems in the energy policies, energy transition, carbon neutrality, and net zero. We have to differentiate those and how they can be best developed in Africa. Again, energy poverty and energy access issues are very important. Battery energy storage systems are also very important. I've seen some excellent demonstration from past President Malin Kanka, where they can be deployed in rural communities, as well as they can intermittently be used with other sources of energy like wind, hydro, and the storage will make sure that we will be in lights when there's darkness. There are a lot of challenges, of course, and I would like to address 3 challenges. One is energy accessibility to some segments of the poor rural population. We have had intervention of rural electrification agencies, mainly using solar photovoltaic, but that's not enough. We cannot industrialize at that scale. So we also need to, secondly, look at the disparity in per capita energy consumption and energy intensity among these countries. And thirdly, the challenge of relying heavily on fossil fuels to meet energy demand. This challenge further affects climate change and delays the attainment of net zero and carbon neutrality in Africa. Again, recognizing the above challenges, we are then saying, let us continue to review our policies such that we will not continue to be referred This is the map of the world at night, if you integrate it. That's why you see Africa is the dark continent at night. We can't continue like that. We cannot live under this scenario because we need to leave no one and no place behind. Again, why is energy so critical for Africa? It's so critical because it's the engine of economic and social development. Again, the SDGs are universal to the call for action to end poverty and then protect the planet, ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity, among others. Again, SDG 7 is important to derive all the other 17 goals. It's at the center. You cannot provide good health in dark. You cannot be innovative in the dark. You cannot achieve any of those, even education. So it's at the epicenter, like engineering. You can't achieve any of those 17 goals without engineering. So it's important that we then need to address energy efficiency to those countries that are endowed with enough energy access. And then also we need to reduce energy intensity by going into demand-side management and also energy efficiency in terms of our systems. Well, let us deal with sustainable development in an integrated manner. When you are looking at sustainable development, it simply means we are going to leave this world a better place than we found it. And also in energy, which is probably one of the biggest polluters, we must also ensure that we integrate the three principles I hinted to. One is we should leave no one behind. We should have dignified life for all mankind. And then we should also look at equity and prosperity within the support systems. This is why we are calling for a just energy transition. And we should also increase capital for greater resilience and integration equity. If you remember way back from the Rio summit in Brazil, this call for us to look at the planet, people, and prosperity. Then there was the WSSD issues, and then now Paris 2015, and many other interventions, all these leading to the goals. And now people are thinking about these successor smart goals. I think the World Federation president, we should now start engaging the United Nations on what next after 2030. The next goals, which will be smarter and more achievable. Again, this is the way to go. We need to ensure that the goals eliminate poverty through an inclusive green economy. Globally, like I've said, the rest of the world produced about 30,000 terawatt hours of electricity. And coal still leads the charge when it comes to electricity, representing somewhat 34%, 34%. But when you look at those without electricity, it can go up to as far as 70 or so, because there are still some countries that top the list of the use of coal. China, the statistics of 2022 is that it's about 53% they are still using coal. And of course, there are some countries like India, as well as the US and Australia, who are still endowed with the resource, but they still need to continue to look at it. Renewables, at that time, were at almost 14.4%. So let us try and look at how Africa can now then transition in a just manner. You can look at what we have, unlimited solar potential, you see, versus what all the world requires. Then you look at abundant hydro, 350 gigawatts, wind, and geothermal energy sources, especially in Kenya and some other Rift Valley countries with that resource. So we do have that endowment of all those energy, solar, marine, for those coastal countries, but the rest of the countries are landlocked. So which is why I was smiling when he was talking about the nuclear options, especially the nuclear microgrids. I'll tell you the WFO recommended years back that the safest energy generation source was nuclear. And at that time, we lost to political science, we lost to politicians, we lost to emotions because of Fukushima and many other indicators. But now reality is come back. So again, the potential is very high, but potential is just potential. We have lots of minerals. For those that will receive the presentation, you see even the nuclear. We have all those iron, we have zinc, we have, as much as you would need in the value chain of energy production. All those minerals are abundant in Africa. So we really need to ensure that we optimize on this and address, first of all, access to electricity. You see, most of the people now without electricity, about 2 or so billion or more, are living in the developing world. And we need to change this narrative. And when you look at sub-Saharan Africa, about 600 million people without electricity, that's not right. So it's something that's the problem. I will not talk much about, but to support Professor, to say that the future of African engineering energy transition would largely rest on the small modular reactors or micro modular reactors and other nuclear interventions because of the low maximum demand in Africa. We must take this nuclear coal seriously. Of course, it is endowed with its own problems of waste management, which engineers should strive to solve. Again, there's a wake-up call for Africa. During COP27, that was in Egypt, around 89%, it was revealed that or the LNG infrastructure being built is not for Africa, it's for export. So as much as it's in Africa, you find still it's exported. So these are some of the challenges. Again, the IEA projected that even if Africa developed all known gas reserves, it will not pollute beyond 3.5%. You see? So what transition? So we live in one world. So I think, we don't want to address a problem where it doesn't apply. So we really need to look at the cost of transition to net zero. It's significant already for prosperous countries like the UK, China, and everybody else. But we are saying we are in one world, we will still transition. So let us work together. The polluters need to pay. There's now a new phenomenon where there are carbon credit, where they are buying forests in Africa and many other countries so that they can continue to pollute as if nothing is happening. By they, I mean those that are buying the carbon credits. That's not morally right. So we really need to stop the bigger picture, the critical mass, Pareto, 80-20. If we stop the 20, it will not much impact. So let us think about it as we talk about energy transition, that the contexts are completely different. Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm looking for solutions. So we believe the future of energy is low carbon. And to achieve this, African countries should first industrialize and then gradually utilize portfolio carbon intensity, PCI systems, that encompasses the full value chain and carbon intensity of the products and services used. This I'm quoting President Mustafa Shehu. We need to industrialize because what do we transition from if we are not industrialized? So in attempting to address Africa's energy gap, unconventional solutions and innovation must be employed. Again, Africa must be open to all solutions and options, and I really smiled all the way through your paper, Professor, the nuclear paper. And again, African energy systems must also look at large-scale deployment of advanced core technology with carbon capture and storage. Of course, clean coal development. I know this is contentious, but it's so abundant that when you then want to use some other renewables in court, you may need to interrogate the value chain of the production of the renewable components. You find them not so renewable if you want to be analytic. How much energy from fossil fuel is burnt to produce a solar panel? Just do your research. I'm not saying let's not do it, but let's think about it. Mini grids can be employed in provision of energy to rural areas and small towns, while conventional systems with some renewable solutions will also bring stability into the grid. Again, we need that all-inclusive global policy framework to facilitate the flow of finance, capacity building, and technologies between countries. The polluter must pay principle and the implementation of the Paris Agreement by all countries will go a long way to improve the carbon footprint of the world. Again, we need to recommend a just energy transition for Africa. Energy plays fundamental roles across multiple sectors. The choices Africa make about energy systems will determine many other aspects of development. One, are they fit for purpose? Are they modern and low carbon? And we need a new model of energy provision that must address a number of important factors. The system must provide accessible, affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy to around 600 Africans that currently lack electricity. To achieve this, we must ensure that African ownership and agency in energy initiatives and plans is prioritized so that we can bring to the fore this context. To say there are some countries with less than 20% penetration of electricity, that's really bad. Integrating energy systems design into wider development objectives and planning is important, and also establishing clear policy priorities such as support for clean cooking and diversification of energy generation and ownership. We also need to provide scope for delivery of energy as a common good and to genuinely foster energy democratization. We want to ensure stakeholder participation, equity, and sufficiency in the terms of use. The takeaways are mainly that let us follow the aspirations of the Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want, and let us further identify financial funding incentives mechanism needed to best position Africa to meet the energy challenges of the future. We have noted that net zero transition model was initiated by developed countries with established and diverse energy systems, and that the top 4 emitting countries already described contribute to a significant amount, and they should assist the 54 countries who are only contributing less than 3.5. Africa has stayed very long without meeting its energy needs. There's now a growing awareness among African leaders that the solution to the problem can only be sought when the continent looks at all its peculiarity of its problem and take action from that perspective. In that respect, all options, energy sources need to be considered. Africa energy policies should follow a just pathway informed by international best practices and lessons learned elsewhere. We have learned a lot from Portugal. Coming here was so valuable that we will take most of the lessons away. Thank you very much, Professor Vieira, and also the Ordem, President Fernando, for a great job, and the speakers were of high quality. It is very, very important that I now quote again the president of the UFIO, Mustafa Shehu. He says, the continent needs to have enough energy to industrialize first, before it can fully join the industrialized countries in the energy transition journey. Or within, as we transition, we need to build that access. Again, the president, His Excellency, Deputy President of South Africa, says we cannot transition in the dark. Certainly we can't. In conclusion, it can be concluded that some emerging key considerations for energy transition policy for Africa include security of supply, environmental sustainability, accessibility and affordability, innovation and research. R&D is important, and also modern competition. It's also important that our emissions being as low as that, we must ensure that we focus on issues regarding energy transition should consider the women in the villages, the vast unemployed, intelligent and vibrant youths, You know, we have 70% of young people who are below the age of 30 by 2030. So these boys and girls on the street without food must also be considered as we talk of these energy policies. We should focus on economic and human development of the African continent and again balance with the carbon reduction, net zero emission, or reduction to net zero emission issues with due care to energy access. In conclusion, we always say, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, let us go together with the rest of the world. And I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, for remembering us of the importance of energy to the African development. Now we have and before the closing remarks, communication about reinforcement of the energy interconnections and the optimization of the energy markets in Europe. Engineer Marie-Line Vaiani, Secretary General, Conseil français de l'énergie France. Marie-Line Vaiani is the editorial director of the La Revue de l'Énergie and president of the Energy Committee of the World Federation of Engineering Organization. An engineer by training, she has spent her entire career in the energy sector. After teaching through research at the French Atomic Energy and Alternative Energy Commission, she joined EDF Électricité de France Studies and Research Department to work on the optimized management of water use in dams. She is involved in development of new dispatching systems within the framework of the Electricity Transmission Network Manager, RTE. An engineer from ANSTA, I don't know what is meaning, yeah. Marie-Line Vaiani holds an executive MBA from Paris School of Advanced Commercial Studies and has been an auditor for the national sessions of Institut des Hautes Études de Défense Nationale and also of the cycle of Advanced Studies for Economic Development and also Institute of Advanced Studies for Science and Technology. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for this very long presentation. I'm very happy to be with you. I would like to thank Ordem dos Engenheiros and WFEO for inviting me to share some thought about energy interconnection and European markets. First of all, I would like to start with a message of responsibility and of hope, because I'm an optimistic. I'm sure that you have all read the last report of the International Panel of Climate Change Experts. It's quite depressive, regarding the increase of temperature and the consequences of climate change, but among this huge work, there is something very positive. The thing positive is this yellow sentence. It says that we have already solution, feasible and low-cost solution to deal with climate change between mitigation and also adaptation. And just to show you, I will not enter in the detail, but to show you the solution and the cost assessment they made, you can see that all the impact of energy supply sources which are already available, so we see, of course, solar, wind, but also nuclear, this solution can be really help to decrease the global emission by half of the current total of emission at a cost lower than $100 ton equivalent, CO2 equivalent. It's a huge cost, but it's less than doing nothing. And this message is a very positive message. It shows also our responsibility as engineers to develop and to implement such solutions. And before entering the European energy market, I would like to share with you, and maybe some of you already know it, a tool which is developed since I think 15 years by the World Energy Council. It's the World Energy Trilemma. It's an index. It's not a prediction of what the future of energy will be in your country, but it assesses, based on public data, the kind of balance or equilibrium of your energy policy regarding 3 criteria. And it is based on the assumption that if you forget 1 or maybe 2 of these dimensions during a long time, crisis may emerge. And the 3 criteria, I think maybe all of the speakers have already discussed about that. The first one, probably one who was really forgotten in Europe since the last decade, is energy security. The second one is called energy affordability, or sometimes energy equity. When you have not enough energy for your people, where energy is too expensive, it's difficult to take care about environmental sustainability. It's just an example of how this kind of tool, which is a tool of leadership conversation, can be used. If you are interested to know how your country is ranked with that, according to that index, I encourage you to show the publication of the 2024 index, which will be issued in the next months. And I will just, after that, apply it to Europe. As you know, or not maybe, Europe is strongly dependent on energy import. It's not at all a region which is autonomous in energy, and far from that. We can see here, let's say, here, what is the energy own production of Europe today. It's mainly based on renewable, the 40%, and nuclear. Even if Europe sometimes doesn't like nuclear, nuclear is a key part of Europe's energy mix. The other part are oil and natural gas. But this energy production is not at all sufficient to cover our needs on energy consumption. And you can see here, this, I don't know if you can see, this here is European energy dependency rate between 2000 and 2021. We have developed a lot of energy renewable during that period. It has cost a lot of euros. And you can see the impact on the energy dependency rate. It's almost not visible. Here are all the European countries, and you can see that it's not very brilliant, even for the best. Here, Europe is often communicating about the renewable and the need to develop renewable. When you look at the current European energy mix, it's mainly dominated by fossil fuel. And it's not new. It's still the case since decades. And this is not very optimistic, but what is optimistic is the ambition of Europe as a region. In fact, Europe on the state that she would like to be the first climate-neutral continent by 2050, which is very, very ambitious. And we are starting from a very difficult position for that. But that means this kind of evolution in the energy emission. It's quite, we are so the worst part is to come. And what does that mean? How can we realize that? It will be a very complex transformation of the entire society to do. Why? Because first of all, we have to decrease on a very important way our energy consumption. It's something people don't like. That means we do not have to take plane. We have to forget the car, or mainly the fossil fuel car. We have to take, I don't know, the bike, and a lot of things that everybody would have to change for that. The other part is we have to increase drastically our electricity low carbon offer. That means electricity produced with renewable and nuclear. And the other one is, of course, we have to exit as far as we can from fossil fuel. And fossil fuel are very used today in our European industry, in particular in Germany, but not only in Germany, in all the European industry. So if you remind the energy trilemma, this will not be easy, because there are an easy part of that work, but there is a strong and a difficult part, which is transforming our society and the way we use energy. And it's not only a matter of energy generation, it's a matter of transforming all the use of energy. So it may be difficult, but we have to, of course. Another element is electricity interconnection, or more generally, interconnection. They exist before Europe was talking about energy market. When I started working 30 years ago, the European market does not exist, but we had interconnection, and very useful, in particular for security of supply. So this is not a new thing bring by the market. It's something which exists and pre-exists to the electricity and power market. I will speak at the beginning of the electricity interconnector. Why? Because electrification will clearly be one of the most priority of the European energy policy. And interconnection will have a key role, developing interconnection will have a key role on helping developing that electrification. I think, because I've read that on a lot of TSO statement, that European market is probably the biggest electricity market interconnected. That means that we are operating, all the TSOs are operating in real time more than 300,000 of kilometers of electric line, transmission line. And we are operating more than 400 interconnections. And the projects are in the different colors. It's not very readable, but it's regarding European interconnection, it is the most important size of project. 141 projects of interconnection to increase the security of supply in the European market. And just a point to speak about energy and progress in energy technology. When I started working on energy transmission, that kind of submarine cable between UK and Norway, between Romania and Georgia, between Egypt and Greece, wasn't possible. It was too costly, not economically viable, and a real technical challenge. Today, there seems to be a real project with feasibility. So that means progress, a technical progress, and engineers are a key role to play on that part, can help to that, to the development of the energy transition. Now, sorry for this awful diagram. The gas interconnected network. This is a quite different situation compared to the electricity. There are only 25 projects of interconnection in the whole European gas market, and they are mainly in the east part. You can see in the red, if you can see something in red, they are mainly on the eastern part of Europe. But this is normal because natural gas, has not a part so important as electricity to play in the energy transition. But it may have a part on hydrogen. I'm sure you are aware that a lot of transmission operator of gas would like to convert the current gas infrastructure to hydrogen and also develop a new one. And this is a project of all the different players in hydrogen who want to develop and applying for European support to develop a full network of hydrogen interconnection. This is on the paper, because that needs to be developed, of course, to have real increasing demand on clean hydrogen and production on clean hydrogen. There is also a few comments on the difference. You can see that France, there is not a lot of transmission project, and there are a lot in Germany. Why? Because by 2030, France's strategy on hydrogen rely more on inland production. So we would like to produce our clean hydrogen using mainly nuclear electricity. In Germany, their need are so important, and they have not enough electricity, clean electricity, so they need to rely on import. And they rely on massive import from all over the world. That's why they absolutely need to develop such network on hydrogen. And this is really a key difference and sometimes a key source of tension between countries, because we have not the same national interest. Other new networks, CO2 networks. These are the project, not the reality, but the project. And they are planned to support the CCS, carbon capture and storage, and use, we hope, of CO2 emission of Europe, but also of national strategies. So this network will be built to capture CO2 from the emission side, mainly industrial side, and to bring them to storage capacity, or also reuse it for industrial process project. This is the beginning, but this is also the new other kind of infrastructure that will be developed in Europe. Challenges with energy interconnection and more generally with energy transmission and distribution operation. The first one, I think everybody or quite spoke about it, it's energy flexibility, and to be more precise, electricity flexibility with the huge increase of renewable, variable energy, I mean solar and wind, but particularly solar, with the duck curve of the consumption it generates. This will be huge. And if we don't want to develop, like the Germany did, gas power plant to manage the flexibility, but also to create some assets who may not have a future, there is a real challenge, first to develop interconnection, so to optimize and mutualize this kind of flexibility, but also to develop demand-side response solution. And clearly, in France, but I think in different European countries, we absolutely need to develop that kind of response if we want to manage in a costly manner and also in an environmental manner the energy flexibility and not increase, the security of supply or decrease security of supply. Other challenge is more about what has created a lot of discussion and tension in Europe last year, which is market design. And in fact, when we spoke about market design, we spoke more electricity market design than other kind of market design. I think everybody in Europe, in the energy sector, has a position, maybe had a position on that side, and this position can be very, very different. So I will not say the good position is, because I think it's not possible. It depends on what is your country, what is the resources, and what are your interests. What I just say is that probably there is a kind of consensus today in Europe that the spot market, so the very short-term market, are quite efficient in the way they help to allocate generation. But there is still a lack of good signal, price signal for long-term investment in generation, or in particular in clean energy generation. The other maybe consensus is that we need to find the right signal, or to create the right signal to develop flexibility from customers. Because it exists, I'm sure that it exists in every country, but it's not enough to face the challenge we have to face. And I think we haven't seen it coming so quickly, linked to the development, the high development of solar energy in all Europe. And the other challenge, which may be more complex because it captures more uncertainties, is this one. It's a kind of cross-planification between all the energy sources to avoid some stupid or totally inefficient at the European level investment or operation. So maybe it's a dream, but it's what the European transmission operator calls. It's a kind of planification between heat, mobility, electricity, hydrogen, and green fuel, just to be sure that at every level, so we can dream, but it's important to set target. At every level, decision remains, of course, to the different national states about energy, but they know and they discuss and they try to cross-planify between sectors the development. And last subject, but not the least, which is probably one of the most surprising, not surprising, but the rupture of the European Union discussion is industrialization, or the coming back. I don't know if there is someday one, but maybe the renaissance of the industrial policy in energy. 30 years ago, nobody was speaking at the European level about that because it was not the priority. The priority was to open market because energy was supposed to be abundant and cheap. And this was the case at that period. After COVID and crisis on European markets, and the fact that the European industry can really be destroyed, I don't know, but weakened by the high energy prices, European Union really make a switch. Probably, of course, because they would like to respond to the US Inflation Reduction Act, which is also maybe a red flag for them. And they developed two kinds of action. The first one was a Green Deal industrial plan. And the second one, we have already spoke about one of these, are the industrial alliances. It's not perfect, but it's compatible with the commercial policy of the European Union. It's compatible with the European tools. They start with the European Battery Alliance in 2007, which may be criticized, but today we are gigafactories of energy battery. We have also, not right after, but after a European Raw Material Alliance. We have also an alliance on clean hydrogen, industrial solar PV, and the RLCF is on renewable low-carbon fuels. And the last one, but not the least, and which was developed in your previous intervention, is on small modular nuclear reactor. This is very a turning point of the European Union, because nuclear was quite taboo at the European level, and now it is not. So this is, from France, a good point, and maybe not for France, as we have a lot of other European countries involved in that alliances. And last but not least, what is missing, the most important, what at the World Energy Council we call humanizing energy. I think that probably in all European countries, and maybe in all the world, to face and to achieve the energy transition, we absolutely need skilled people. And in particular, scientific, engineer and scientific. And we are, in Europe, already facing a lack of attractivity for science, but also for energy industry sector. That's why I think maybe as a WFEO, UNESCO, National Organization of Engineers, we can help to achieve this kind of attractivity on the energy sector, but maybe on all the sectors, because we really need to achieve that. If not, we will not be able clearly to achieve the energy transition. In France, some projects cannot be delivered because there are not enough people wanting to work on that side. And just to finish on the sentence UNESCO said the 11th of February is about attracting young people, but also young women in the energy sector and in science in general. And they say UNESCO, the world needs science. And I think energy needs science. Science to rationalize different arguments. Science to maybe be a counterpower to political advocacy or different thing. Rationality. I think we need more than ever that kind of science. And also we need more than ever women in science and women in energy. And thank you for giving me the floor for that.
Thank you, Marie-Line, for stressing the importance of the interconnection, the markets, the change of European policies, and more important, the people and interest for young people to these matters. And for closing remarks, and before, I call your attention for the buses are waiting for us at 7:30 at the door in the entrance of this building, the old building. And the closing remarks, I will call for Mr. Engineer Seng Xuan Tang, WFEO President-elect from Singapore. He is graduated from National University of Singapore in 1983. And Engineer Seng Xuan Tang is the former president of the Institution of Engineers, Singapore, past president of the Federation of Engineering Institutions of Asia, and Pacific and vice president of World Federation of Engineer Organization. Presently, is the chairman of Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Engineers Coordination Committee, treasurer of and executive board member of WFEO, and governing board member of International Engineers Alliance. Please.
So I'm sure you all agree that this afternoon is a very fruitful and very productive afternoon, right? So, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I won't take up too much time just to do the closing. So I just want to say that welcome to the end of this World Engineering Day. And it has been a long, fruitful days. And thank you for being such a wonderful audience. I see quite a number of you still stay behind to listen to our fellow engineers to share their experience. And through this afternoon's conference, Energy Transition and Sustainability, we have been once again reminded the urgency of the world to transition to sustainable energy source and practice, so as to tackle the global climate crisis and foster a sustainable future. The world definitely needs a transition to renewable energy, and transitions must be switched. According to the IPCC, approximately 2/3 of the global greenhouse gas emissions can be attributed to CO2 from fossil fuel combustions and industrial processes. Sustainable energy is vital in decarbonizing the energy supply and putting the emission reduction goal laid down by the Paris Agreement within reach. The good news is significant progress has been made. You will hear from our speakers this afternoon. There's a lot of development. And it's not only a technology development. I think we do need political developments in terms of adapting the renewable energy. So over the year, renewable energy technology has become better, cheaper, and easier to access. However, renewable energy sources are only responsible for just 20% of our global energy consumptions. So we still have a lot more to go, just like Martin was mentioning, a long way to go. And this is due to the challenge in energy storage, cost, economic infrastructure, and the political will as well. So on nuclear aspect, public acceptance is very important to understand the safety and security aspect of the nuclear power. These are colossal challenge and no engineers will be able to address in isolation. So WFEO create a platform for all our engineers to come together and we share our knowledge. Although today's conference may not have given us every answer of it, but we need to tackle problems at hand. It has brought us together to exchange variable knowledge and ideas with each other to accelerate our efforts towards success. From developing groundbreaking technology innovations to contribute to vital policy considerations, engineers has the power to drive sustainable development within the energy sector and shape the global energy landscape. Through united efforts, we can harness our collective expertise to carve a pathway towards more sustainable future. As we close these sessions, I hope all of us will not just take away the knowledge gained, but translate it into tangible actions and initiatives within our own respective field and organization. And we bring back to our own country to see what we can do to take more actions from the knowledge we gain. Let us continue to champion sustainability efforts, advocate for policy change, and drive innovations in our community and industry. Lastly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers for sharing our invaluable insight with us. Order of Engineers, Portugal, for hosting such a wonderful event and organizing this event to celebrate engineering and contribution to the world engineer for a better, sustainable world. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to effect change through engineering and build a world where energy is not only abundant, but also environmental friendly and responsible. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. I look forward to seeing you at the gala dinner, as well as tomorrow's. Those who have stayed back for the meeting, and those who are not involved in the meeting, have a safe travel back to your own country. Thank you very much.
How did we get here? We progressed. We empowered. We innovated. How did we do it? With engineering. and we're still going further together. For us, for the planet, for the future.